Live from Studio 6B in the Fimbulgemont Recreational Center for the Fashionably Exasperated, it's Pran Funkels Live. And now, join us for lots of prank phone calls.
Hello everybody and welcome to Pran Funkels. My name is Kira. Cody should be along shortly. I'm not sure about Patrick. And Mike looks, well, like it's probably not going to happen tonight. Sorry about that. So, just me for a while anyway. Let me get my stuff up here. Okay, here we go. Alright, so welcome to the show. We got a copyright hit on, I guess it was a recent upload. We put somebody on hold with this, which is a recording I did as a kid from the 80s, and it was back in California at a store called Builder's Emporium, which is pretty much like a Lowe's or a Home Depot or any kind of large hardware store. And in this place was this touchscreen demo thing for various things that the store offered. And so I took my little radio / tape recorder, which was running out of batteries, and that's why it sounds like it does on this clip that I'm going to play. And you're a kid, you think something like that's really cool. Oh, it's kind of like a video game. It has a touch screen to figure out, like, if you want a burglar system or a garage door or whatever. So during this demo, it would play some music, and you can hear me it says, touch the screen to begin, or something like that. And I thought, well, not really, not literally, but like, oh, that's pretty rude, just commanding me to touch the screen. So I was being a major brat and was taunting the screen. Anyway, this is that.
No, I don't want to touch the screen. I don't want to, I said. No.
So the audio's pretty bad on that, as you can tell, and I actually had to adjust it every 10 seconds because the battery, like I said, was running low. And so I had to, I think 1% or so every 10 seconds is what I did, which is not really exact, but I kept getting higher and higher because the tape was moving slower and slower. So all you kids who never experienced tape recorders, I feel kind of bad because it was a fascinating experience. So this was played as hold music in a call, and you've got me talking, it's a bad recording, you can hear the lady on the PA speaker telling somebody to come to customer service. But yet, we still got a copyright hit for it. So it says daydreaming UPPM killer tracks. Yeah, that's a real killer track. I don't know. That does not sound like what it is, and like they just made that up to make revenue. So if you don't use an ad blocker and you clicked on that latest video, then there is an ad forced upon it. Sorry about that. We don't allow ads, but if you use quote-unquote copyright material, then that's what happens. Video uses this song's melody. Okay. I tried to look up daydreaming, but it's, I guess, too common a name, and I don't know what UPPM is. I probably should have looked that up, but whatever. Are you enjoying our new avatar? That's Big Michael. And if you're wondering why he looks the way he does, he is in the midst of enjoying a Reason chocolate chew. Oh, I'm sorry, Stork Reason chocolate chew. And if you have no idea what I'm talking about, I will play it for you, the said commercial.
How can I ever forget one of my special customers, little Michael? Every week he'd come in, and every time he'd say, his eyes shining.
Stork reason, please, Mrs. Lang.
One of those reasons I had to give him immediately. The others I put in a bag for him. Now there is Stork Chocolate Reason, a long-lasting, chewy chocolate caramel covered with rich chocolate, just right for Michael.
Stork Chocolate Reason, please, Mrs. Lang.
And Michael still eats the first one immediately. Stork Chocolate Reason, the everlasting chocolate chew.
Oh, that just warms my heart. It's actually a commercial from Germany, and that was dubbed over to play in the United States or maybe North America. And well, it's quite creepy because he comes back, like, obviously as a maybe 30-year-old or something, and he's going through the same motions, and it's weird. It has almost like this vibe, like the woman's like, oh, little Michael ain't so little anymore. And there may or may not be a little bit of attraction there, and well, I don't know. Take a look at the avatar and you tell me. Or go watch the commercial. So if you've been listening lately, we've been calling this place called Five Guys Transportation. And I only just realized that that's a restaurant. Patrick and Cody were talking about it, about burgers, but I had no idea what that meant. However, I watched a video, and it was talking about various restaurants, and then they mentioned Five Guys burgers. So, definitely did not have those in Southern California. Okay, so this first call, let's just get to the calls here. I'm gonna need Cody for that. Let me mark that down. So we'll go to number 2 here. This is a number from 1995 for Apple's DOS-compatible 486 Macintosh computer. which I didn't know existed. But you can... Apparently it's a machine that you hit a button and it flip-flops from Mac to DOS or Windows 3.1 if you want. Actually, Windows 95 as well. And it costs like a ton of money. Like back then, it was like over $5,000 if you wanted like the really good version of that machine. And if you remember, back then RAM was ridiculously expensive. I'm talking like the way it sold was almost like a scarcity. Just to buy like 4 megs of RAM, I think was $80 or something. Like for the low quality RAM, the whatever pin, I can't remember. I remember like driving to San Diego when I lived in California. It's like an hour drive. I drove an hour to get the best price on RAM. There was this huge building and all they did was sell RAM. You got in line and man, you better save your pennies for that. This ad says Power Macintosh 6100 DOS compatible. Apple's first system equipped with DOS right out of the box is a perfect machine for people who work in both Macintosh and DOS or Windows environments. It will pose the same training challenges as any other operating system. We found impressive performance and no compatibility problems in any routine business application on either the DOS/Windows or Macintosh side, but motion video performance was average. Yeah, if you guys watch LGR, that's where I got this. He has one, and he was like trying to play Doom on it with like 4 megs of RAM or something, and it was really slow. The DOS version, and then he played the Apple version, which was much smoother because it's an Apple machine. Anyway, I'm going to call to order said machine. And that's the first call on Pran Funkels. Whoops. Yeah, I'm doing everything right now, so it's not going to be the smoothest show. Okay, turn that off, and let's call to order this.
Thank you for calling. Are you or someone in your household 50 years or older? Press 1 for yes, 2 for no. 1 for...
Thank you for your help with our survey.
Wow, sure I'm glad I participated in that. Well, I guess we're not going to win a Mac PC, are we? Let's try again. Well, I'm over 50, so maybe it'll work for me.
Welcome to America's hottest talk line. Guys, hot ladies are waiting to talk to you. Press 1 now.
What? I called back because I'm over 50, and now because I am over 50, I get hot ladies? I'm not happy.
Welcome to America's hottest talk.
Try again.
Welcome to America's Welcome to America.
Okay, so if you're under 50, I guess you're not interested in whatever they're trying to sell you, and they figured, well, we'll try to appeal to your libido instead. So I'm going to call from another number. I really want my dual machine. And so does little Michael. He wants to adorn it with stork chocolate raisin, please, Mrs. Lang. Alright, calling from another number.
Welcome to America's Hot.
Okay, I'll call from yet another number. I want to find out what this gripping mystery is behind this number.
Welcome to America.
I don't know, it's 3 numbers now. Let me see if I can do it through my phone. Hang on. Hello? Okay. I don't think I've ever done three-way calling on this. Not even sure if I can. I unfortunately do not have my old landline anymore. Okay, new call. Okay. Put this number in. Alright, there does not appear to be three-way calling on that phone. Wow, I am not happy. Alright, one more try.
Welcome to America's hottest talk line. Guys, hot ladies are waiting to talk to you. Press 1 now. Ladies, to talk to interesting and exciting guys free. Press 2 to connect free now.
America's hottest talk line is for callers 18 and over. If you're under 18, you must hang up now. Product of XIP. We hope you have a great time on America's hottest talk line. Grab a pen. We're going to give you our direct access number so you can call us back absolutely free next time you're in the mood. Ready? Call 1-800-444-3000. That's 1-800-444-3000. You need to record a greeting to introduce yourself to the other callers. First, let's record the name you want to use. After the tone, record just your first name.
Denise?
Now let's record your greeting. If you're ready to record, press 1. To hear tips for recording a good greeting and some examples, press 2. If you'd like to pause, if you're ready to record your greeting now, press 1. To hear an example of a greeting others might use, press 2. If you'd like to pause...
Hey, this is Kayla. I'm an athletic 26-year-old into running. I'm intelligent and attractive with a definite silly side. The guy I'm interested in is funny, charming, caring, trustworthy, romantic, and a gentleman. What I really want to know from you is what your idea of a great evening would entail. Message me back.
If you're ready to record your greeting now, press 1. To hear an example of a greeting others might record...
Hello. My name is Denise. I'm looking for guys, girls, or couples. And I have a very specific fetish. I have a large bathtub, and I went to Costco, and I bought, 16 one-pound bags of split peas, and I would like to find someone who shares my fetish with split peas, and so I want to put them into the bathtub. It's real hot, and we could play around, and it would eventually make split pea soup, and we could roll around in there and get it all mixed up and good. And, please only reply if you have a split pea fetish. Thank you.
If you're... Invalid entry. If you're happy with your greeting, press 1. To hear how it sounds, press 2. Re-record it.
Hello. My name is Denise. I'm looking for guys, girls, or couples. And I have a very specific fetish. I have a large bathtub, and I went to Costco, and I bought 16 one-pound bags of split peas, and I would like to find someone who shares my fetish with split peas, and so I want to put them into the bathtub. It's real hot, and we could play around, and it would eventually make split pea soup, and we could roll around in there and get it all mixed up and good. Please only reply if you have a split pea fetish. Thank you.
If you're happy with your greeting, press 1. To hear how it sounds, your greeting is now being reviewed by the moderator. For a safe connection, keep personal information like your last name, phone number, address, or details about your workplace confidential until you've had time to get to know the other person. And never share your credit card info with anyone on the system. We will never ask for your credit card info unless you contact us to make a purchase. By using this service, you agree to our terms of use and privacy policy, which you can view on our website. We assume no responsibility for personal meetings. If you hear a caller you're not interested in, you can block them so you won't hear each other by pressing 7. And if you hear something really inappropriate, pressing 7 again will report them to the moderator. Your greeting has been approved.
I'm traveling in Fargo, North Dakota for a week, looking to see if I could find some fun while I'm here. White, professional male, tall, dark hair, brown eyes, decent build, and just calling to see who's out there. Let's have a little fun.
To connect live with this caller, press 1. Send a message or an icebreaker, press 2. Next greeting, press 3. Return to the beginning of the greetings, press 5. Play the previous greeting, press 6. Block this caller so you won't hear them again, press 7. Hear this caller's location, press 8. Repeat this greeting and menu choices, press 9. For help with using the live connector, press star. You've heard the...
Hey ladies, I'm Sean, 43 years old, calling from Kansas City, Missouri, Grandview area, 5'10", 135 pounds, short brown hair, brown eyes, athletic build, looking to see what's going on this evening possibly meet and greet, have some fun. Love to orally please. So if you think you can handle what I got to offer, get back with me.
To connect live with this caller, press 1.
Hey, what's up, ladies? Hey, ladies, doing? Well, I'm just on here looking to have fun, so if any sexy ladies want to chat and have some fun, definitely hit me up.
To connect live with this caller, press...
Hello, everyone. This is Robbie calling out of Kansas City, Missouri. I am in my mid-40s, stand 5 feet 10 inches tall, have black hair, brown eyes, weigh about 155, 160 pounds. I do work out. I like to run. I like sports. I like swimming. Anything to do with in the water. I don't smoke, don't drink. Married. Just here looking for someone to talk to as I am home alone. And have some fun. Let me know if you want to connect.
To connect live with this caller, press...
Modog
has sent you this message.
Hey, baby, you sound just fine. Get back to me, let's chat.
To connect live with this caller, press 1. Reply with a message. Please record after the tone. Hit any key when you're done.
Hello? Honeycomb?
Here's...
Cowboy.
Has sent you this message.
Hello, baby, I like that. I love your sexy voice. I also am very much into Taboo. Family fun. If you're into that, let me know.
To connect live with this caller, please record your invitation for this caller to join you in a private conversation. Record after the tone. Hit any key when you're done.
Hello, cowboy. Giddy up? Yes, I would like to go to the Family Fun Center with you too. Okay.
Here's...
Michael.
Has sent you this message.
Yeah, hello, sexy lady. My name is Michael. Yeah, I'm a black guy, 6'1". I'm 190 pounds. I'm slender, athletic body, clean shaven from head to toe. Yeah, I'm a hygiene guy, so everything is clean shaven. But yeah, you got me turned on. I would certainly like to try that with you. I really would. I'm really interested. I am really interested. I'm a non-smoker, no kids, homeowner, so yeah, get back with me, please, okay? You like your man silky smooth and chocolate?
To connect live with this caller, press that. To send an icebreaker, press 1. To send a message, press 2. To repeat these choices, press 9. To cancel, press pound. Please
Hello, honeycomb? Yes, I would like to mix, chocolate and split pea, please. I like that you're smooth so that no hair gets in the split pea soup. Okay, thank you.
Here's message delivered.
Michael.
Wants to connect with you.
Yeah, hello, sexy lady. Once again, this is Michael, your soulmate. Yeah, your fantasy sharer. I guess we'll be making green-colored split pea soup in that bath water. I'm chocolate, silky smooth and chocolate, and I take it you're probably Caucasian. Hey, I love that. So connect with me.
To connect live with this caller, thank you. We're connecting you now. You're connected. You can break this connection at any time by pressing the pound key. Say hi.
Yeah, hello, sexy lady. How are you?
Oh, hello. I'm doing well tonight. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great, man. You got me hooked on your fantasy, you know it?
Oh, I would like that a lot, because it would be vanilla and chocolate and split pea.
Yeah, I would love that. I never tried it, you know? But you got me wanting to try it. I'm a very sexual guy. You know, I've got a big cock. I've got a big, silky smooth cock. I got a pretty cock.
Oh.
Can you handle that in that split pea soup?
Oh yes. Can I put the split pea soup all around your cock and maybe rub it in a little bit?
Oh, hell yeah. I would love that. I would love that. You know?
Oh, honeycomb?
Say what? Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry. What? Oh, do you have some Campbell's split pea on your penis?
I could get some. I'm going to go buy some tomorrow. You know it?
Oh.
You got me, you know?
Is that noise?
So, are you a tall lady or a short lady?
I'm 5'2".
Oh, okay. So how much you weigh?
I'm 102 pounds.
Oh, okay. So you're small. I love small women. I love that. So you got small breasts or what?
Oh, well, they are 36C.
Oh, yeah. I would like to take a look at those. You know it?
Oh. Well, I will.
I would love to take a look at
I will take some of the split pea soup and rub it on my breasts.
Oh, shit, yeah. God damn. I would love that, and then I can suck on that breast, suck the split, the pea soup off your breast.
Yes, please. Oh.
What about the clit? I love sucking the split pea soup off the clit, you know?
Oh, yes. Oh, may I place you on a brief hold?
You what?
Hello?
Yes. Hello.
It's Nancy.
Hey, Nancy, baby. How are you?
Okay.
I want to be in that split pea soup, that bathtub of split pea soup, you know it?
Fine. Uh-huh.
Can I get in that bathtub of split pea soup with you?
Yes. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
I would love to, you know?
Okay.
So you're a tall lady, Nancy, or a short lady, or what?
Okay.
So you're a tall lady, or a short lady, or what?
Yes.
Oh, so how tall are you? Ooh.
5'7".
Oh, okay. Okay. What size titties you have?
Yes.
So what size titties you have, Nancy?
32B.
Oh, yeah. I would love to get some split pea soup on those 32Bs, you know it?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
I want to get in that tub. You got me turned on. You know what? I'm going to go buy me some split pea soup.
Yes.
Tomorrow.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Yes.
And I want you in the bathtub with me so we can make the split pea soup in the bathtub and I can stuff all over you.
Okay. Okay.
I would love that.
I'm sorry?
I would love that.
May I continue?
Would you love it?
Yes.
I would love my big pretty dick stuff while I was in the split pea soup with you sucking on my big cock.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Fine.
Send me a picture. Send me a picture.
To ensure
Please.
proper handling and quality assurance, the call will be recorded. May I please continue?
You what?
And what state are you calling from?
I come to where you are. I'm in Arkansas. Ooh.
Chevy Chase. Nancy. Uh-huh. Yes.
I want some split. I want you in that bathtub of split pea soup, Nancy. Ugh.
Fine. Okay. So. Uh-huh.
Ooh. You gonna get in that bathtub of split pea soup for me? Ooh.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, I would love that. Ooh. Send me a sexy picture. How about that? Ooh.
Okay.
Right now.
Okay.
I want to see those titties right now.
Are you sure it's 1500 Chevy Chase?
Say what?
And is there an apartment number?
Say what? Ooh.
May I have your first name, please?
Your connection was ended with a key press.
Hey, what's up, ladies? I'm on the line feeling real horny. Looking to meet up, have some adult fun.
To connect live with this caller, press 1. Send a message or an icebreaker, press...
Bob,
has sent you this message.
would you accept a hot, horny, submissive cross-dresser and mutual masturbation?
To connect live with this caller, press 1. Reply with a message or an icebreaker, press 2. Please record after the tone. Hit any key when you're done.
Honeycomb? Yes, I love cross-dressers. That would be great, and I will undress you and put you in the bathtub with me. Honeycomb? Is that okay?
Here's how. Please hold while that caller listens to your connection request. To cancel your request at any time, just press the pound key. They're listening to your request right now. Please hold a moment for their response. They liked what they heard, and they're ready to connect with you. You're connected. You can break this connection at any time by pressing the pound key. Say hi.
How are you?
Oh, I'm doing delicious. How are you?
You sound sweet to me.
Mm-hmm. What is your girl name?
My name is Bob.
But do you have a name for when you're dressed up?
No.
Can I call you Kimberly?
Sure.
I'm just picturing Kimberly from Different Strokes because she was very hot, and you sound very hot too.
Oh, thank you. I love that accent you have.
Oh, thank you, Kimberly. What are you wearing tonight?
I have on a one-piece swimsuit to get in the bathtub with you.
Oh. I want to toss you right in there and jump on top of you. I want to smear that soup all over you. Do you like guys too? Because I have a friend who would be interested too.
Just you, please.
Oh, okay. Well, soup is good food, as they say.
Yeah.
Would you like me to take some Campbell's soup and rub it all over your nipples?
Oh, baby, yes.
I'll get them really hard and nibble and taste all that soup?
Yes, I love that.
Are you a hungry girl?
I'm hungry for you.
Oh, hello?
I'm here.
Can you bounce on me in the soup, and can it splash all over the walls and stuff?
Yeah.
I'm gonna take that swimsuit and I'm gonna rip it right off you. What do you think about that?
Yeah. I love that.
I know how to handle a hungry man.
Your connection was ended with a key press. New caller close to you.
Hi, this is Will. I'm 6'2", caramel skin.
Alright, that's enough of the split pea fantasy, which I don't really have, but apparently I just wanted to say something dumb to, I don't know, confuse people, but they're like, yeah, let's do it. And Kimberly hung up, I guess, way too fast, because I was about to say, well, one, I wanted to get hot and horny guy, because she said she was hot and horny, and I was saying I know how to handle a hungry man.
How do you handle a hungry man? The manhandlers.
He's working up an appetite a manhandler can handle. Looks like my boy's grown up. He's ready for Campbell's Manhandlers, like split pea with ham and bacon. A thick, delicious soup laced with ham and bacon. A man-sized part of a man's meal.
The manhandlers.
The Manhandlers. Good.
I don't know what happened during that call, if she just got off and hung up. Because I was trying to take it somewhere, but no. Okay, well, maybe I should try that sometime. I do have a Costco membership. No, I don't think so. But people like it, apparently. Okay. Well, let's go to commercial break. That wasn't an official commercial break, but this is.
Greetings, Commander. What would you like to play today? Big Mac attack. Objective, capture a McDonald's Big Mac. Ready? Begin. Big Mac attack. Hurry, Commander. Big Mac attack. Close call, Commander. Congratulations. Here's your Big Mac. Too bad, Commander. You can only get a Big Mac at McDonald's.
Well, I think that whoever made that video game needs to be sued heavily. Can you imagine that? You're at home, you don't have any transportation, you live like 8 miles from anything, and you play this video game where I don't exactly remember what was happening. I'm not sure I even watched that commercial, but I downloaded the audio. No, I'm pretty sure I watched it, but it was sitting on my hard drive for like over a year, maybe, so I don't remember. But you know, you're playing your game, and it tells you, well, you win a Big Mac, but then you don't, and it laughs at you. So you see the problem here. In fact, I need to use that I need to call a lawyer sometime and bring that up. Say my client played this video game, and he was not only, well, that's for another day, but you know, you're playing this game, and say you just haven't been able to go anywhere for days and days, and you're like super hungry, and you might be on the verge of starvation. You might be in the final stages of starvation after a few weeks, and you're on death's door. So you figure, well, I'm not going to make it to the store. It's too far away, and I would die while I was getting there. I'm gonna just play a video game as my final act. And you're like really hungry, and there's a Big Mac on the screen, and it taunts you, and you're so malnutrition that the shock to your system you just fall dead on the floor. And then somebody comes and finds you, and they find that, and if you're a family member, at least 30 million awarded to you for that. So might want to think about that in your future advertising campaigns there at McDonald's. Okay. Well, we didn't get our Apple DOS compatible 486 machine. Maybe I should have asked the guys on the chat line for that. Okay, so all that strangeness came from trying to get a computer. And, well, I'm going to report Apple to Better Business Bureau for... I called to get my computer, and this gentleman was talking about his penis in split pea, and I want to sue for 18 cents, please. Thank you. Alright, next we have Smiley Buys Homes. Cody told me about this, and it's a TV commercial. Oh. Incoming text from Cody. It says he's in the waiting room, which I didn't hear that happen. Hello, you're on the air with Pran Funkels. May I help you? Mr. Borby? Are you there?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
We are live, if you didn't know.
What was that? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've been listening. I've been sitting in the waiting room for a while.
How long?
5 minutes, maybe.
It didn't ding, so...
Yeah, I finally texted you because I figured you must not know.
Yeah, I didn't.
I definitely didn't turn the ding off in the settings.
Well, we'd like to say...
Welcome
to Cody.
Thank you. Okay. Do I suddenly sound better?
Sounds good.
I just turned original sound on. So every time I'm going to go into my settings and uncheck it and recheck stereo and the option for original sound. I did discover something last night on game night, which hopefully, well, we'll just have to test it right now, but we were having audio issues and echoing and bullshit, and since I was sharing my screen anyway, I just for the hell of it, instead of doing what I usually do, I tested sharing the computer's audio, which is an option along with when you're sharing your screen, and it actually, my microphone still worked and my computer audio came through, and it was really clear. So that eliminated the need for having 2 Zoom accounts going at once, which can only help. You know, it's less resources for me anyway. So what I'm gonna do is share my screen with the sound, and hopefully, I mean, it should do the same thing it did last night. Now, of course, it'll be using resources for you, because you'll be seeing my screen, or just a window, I guess. But
it'll probably be okay.
So let's give it a test here.
throwing down.
This is only a test.
Can you see it?
Mm-hmm.
See my window there?
Yep.
Okay. Let me check my levels while I'm in here.
This is only a test.
Am I loud?
Sounds pretty much normal.
I sound okay?
Yeah.
See, this is why I think Zoom automatically adjusts even when they say they're not. Am I quieter now?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll just leave this up all the way. I'm not too loud?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Yeah, because like my computer audio, it always like turns it back down at some point, and that's the only thing it could be is Zoom doing that. Okay, so let me play a clip and we'll see if we can hear it. Was that really loud?
The volume is good, but it sounds a little bit compressed.
It sounded really clear to me.
Play something else, like Bay Area People.
Okay. Where is it? There it is.
Yeah, that's good.
Sounds good?
Yep.
Does that sound compressed?
Well, what's the bit rate on it?
Only at that audio clip?
Yeah, just that one.
Let me see. It's annoying. They don't make it easy on a
Don't
Mac.
worry about it. It's not a big deal.
It should be. It's probably 192 at least.
Did you get it from like YouTube or something?
Yeah.
Okay, that would be why it doesn't sound that great.
That's the same one I've always played, though. Sounds really clear on mine. I'm wondering if sometimes it says original audio is off when it's on and vice versa. So I have to unshare my screen if I want to check that. Alright. Can you still hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Do I sound any different?
It sounds really clear.
Really clear right now?
Yeah.
How about now? Is it any different? About the same?
Keep talking.
Hello, hello. How are you doing?
It's maybe a little bit less quality.
And right now, is it better?
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Okay, so it's acting like original sound is off. So let's do the same thing again. And we'll see what happens with these clips. How'd that sound?
It's kind of cruddy. But
Worse than before?
Yeah. Play Bay Area People again, though.
Know just who. Bay Area people, you know just who you are.
I think it's just... That was good. I think it's just the nature of the chiptune.
Let me try a different one. Here. Let's try... Oh wait, no, not... Well, we'll try this.
Do not resist us. Attack!
How'd that sound?
It's just okay. Like, I made that remix so I know how it should sound. It doesn't sound like the way it should.
Alright, let me try change it to where it says it's on.
But it's not watery, so that's what counts.
Let's try it again with it saying original audio's on. We didn't do all this kind of... I mean, once I figured out it worked with the screen sharing, it sounded good. The Castlevania 4 audio sounded good. Okay, let's try that again.
Do not resist us. Attack!
How was that?
Not so good.
It all sounds perfect to me, so I guess Zoom is like broadcasting it to me also or something.
I just updated Zoom a few hours ago, so I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
I didn't see an update for Mac. I guess I could check right now.
Sure.
Let's see. Oh, update available. Should I do it?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. One of the bugs that it says they fixed sounds like it's describing something that was happening to me last week. Maybe.
Let's hope so.
Okay. I'm doing the update right now. I'm guessing it's going to make me restart it.
It might make you restart the call we're in. But earlier I was talking about Five Guys, and I forgot to play the actual clip. We have a series of pickup hang-ups, plus a little bit more of that and something else. This is our tally so far. And that's not it, sorry. Here it is.
Just see.
Yeah.
Yes, that lovable guy. One of 5 men who will jump in your car and surround you with pillows, which initially are not fluffy, but they will fluff those pillows right up. Okay, Cody's back and it didn't ding. Okay, once again, did not ding.
That's interesting. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Do I sound any different than I just did? Hello?
Sounds okay.
Okay. How about now? How do I sound now?
Better.
About the same? Better?
Yeah.
Okay. So it seems like it's doing the opposite. When it's saying original sound is on, it's off.
Actually, it might be starting to do some of that watered down stuff, so change it again.
Okay. How about now?
Yeah.
Oh, let me go into my settings and uncheck and recheck. Stereo.
Yeah. Keep it on that, I think.
And that. Hello, hello?
Yeah.
Do I sound good?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. And okay, so I did the update and I hit install and it just kicked me out. It just closed and didn't say or do anything, but then when I restarted it, it said I was up to date, and it does look different now. So I'm going to share my screen with sound again.
Now it's sounding a little bit odd again. Like compressed.
Watery.
Well, not watery, just kind of compressed.
Let me play a clip again. How'd that sound?
Better. It's not like crystal clear, but it's close. Probably can't expect crystal clear, but...
Okay, let's do one more test. I'm gonna act like it's... Wait a minute. Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna act like it's off now, which I thought it was already doing, but maybe it's changing it on me. Let's try it again. Sorry, folks. How was that?
It's decent. I don't know if it's
no
good.
Different than last time?
Not really, no.
So maybe the original audio doesn't affect the computer audio that's being shared.
Maybe.
Because you're not acting like it sounds any different.
I mean, it sounds better than 10 minutes ago, but it doesn't sound perfect, but it sounds good.
That's not doing the watery
No.
fade out thing?
Not at all.
After 5 or 10 seconds? Okay. And I sound okay?
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe let's just go with it.
Okay.
The true test is to make calls. Or
yes.
do you... If I'm dialing, I do have Windows open to dial, if you want me to.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
I'm going to do a test call to you.
Okay. Want me to just go in there and save my number so you can type my name and...
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Actually, I think you might be saved in this other one, yeah. Cell phone?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me try to call it. Hello? Hello. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Hello? I don't know if you can hear me. I'm going to hang up. Are you there?
I didn't hear anything and then it hung up.
Okay, one of my settings was wrong. I don't know why. Let me try that again. Because I changed it during the call, but it didn't do anything. I may have to restart these windows. Hello? Hello? Okay, I just set it to my headset. Now let me change it back. Hello? Okay. Well, that doesn't seem to be working. Okay, I'm going to hang up on the call. Let me try a new window.
Yeah, nothing the whole time.
I don't know why. That wouldn't work. Oh boy, this is fun to listen to, I'm sure. Alright, let's try this one more time with a new window. Oh wow. Oh, okay. The settings were blank when I first opened it. Nope, doesn't sound like it's gonna work. Okay, let me try one more thing, and then we'll abandon this trial. Are you there?
Okay, nothing.
Yeah.
We're sorry, but due to Heavy Mother's Day calling, all circuits are busy now. We hope it will be convenient for you to try your call later. This is a recording.
Oh, that explains our problems tonight.
Yeah. That Heavy Mother's Day shit.
Because your mom is 500 pounds. I'm not a fan of her accent.
We're sorry, but due to Heavy Mother's Day calling, all circuits are busy now. We hope it will be convenient for you to try your call later. This is a recording.
Are you there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's kind of hard to hear you over the Heavy Mother's Day calling, though.
Well, I guess that's not going to work. So that sucks. I guess it works with, Oh, actually, you know what? No, because it says computer's audio, so it should just be anything that I play or any sound, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking, let me try something here. Can you see the Hangouts now?
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird.
Rodney, the Bobcat gentleman. We assume he still has a picture of Magnum standing there by a forklift on his phone.
In trouble. Nah, I don't think it's working. Hello? 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 Nothing? Hello? Hear anything on your phone? Okay.
Yeah, what is this new age phone crap?
Okay, well, that didn't work, so guess that's only good for game nights. That sucks.
Oh boy.
Well, let me open another Zoom window now. Do you want to...
Oh boy.
Oh boy, Scott.
Did you hear the latest Five Guys collection?
I didn't.
Again, I played the wrong one. Here it is.
Just see.
Yeah.
Oh, we heard it that time. I'm getting an echo. Same thing it always does. Okay.
Okay, now I can tell your stereo's kicking in.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, because I heard it in both ears for a minute, so that kind of tells me that stereo's working.
Turn these off. And back. Can you hear me?
Yes.
It gave me that message. It says you're muted.
Your call has been unsuccessful. Please check the number and dial again. If not successful, call your service difficulties.
Terribly sorry.
Terribly sorry.
This
That
call
sounded
was unsuccessful.
Almost like Vincent Price.
Your call has been unsuccessful.
This call was successful.
Well, we got ourselves an old-fashioned throwdown. Okay. Now, let's give this a little test. Why is it sharing my video? Oh, it's doing it's opposite day. Okay. You're not seeing my video, are you?
Not now.
Okay, I had to like click it. I clicked it, and then it's acted like I was still sharing it, and the light came on, and then I had to click it a second time to turn it off, even though it was on to begin with before I clicked anything. And I had the video unchecked or whatever, but okay. Now, do I sound okay?
Yeah.
And let's test this out. No, that's not working. Sounds like it was coming out of my computer speakers. Let's see if those settings got changed again. Yep, they did. That is weird. What was that?
Somebody who's not happy with your sound settings.
Do not resist us. Attack!
It's watery.
Yeah. clipping?
No.
Oh, maybe I'm the only one hearing it. That was happening intermittently last night, too. Like, as if it's overmodulated, but it's not. And when I turn it down, it still happens. You weren't hearing that?
Mm-mm.
It just sounded okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, so when I turned original audio off, it definitely was getting watery again. So...
Water.
So, we had someone in the waiting room, and he left, I guess.
Yep. I was on a call for like 20-something minutes, so...
Oh, maybe he fell asleep or got tired of waiting. Sorry, Pat. We're figuring out some technical shit. Okay, let's do that test call one more time.
This is from Darkstalkers 3, by the way.
Hello, Felicia speaking.
Meow.
Meow.
Meow. Meow. Pran Funkels. How do I sound? Okay?
Yep.
How about this? Could you
I'm
hear
sorry, I'm offended by that. I have to go.
it? Could you hear it?
Okay, back.
You could hear that?
Yeah.
On the. Okay, I have automatically adjust turned off, and I was sitting here watching it turn itself up and down while I played Bay Area People. So, thanks, Zoom. Okay. Hello, hello. Almost done testing, folks. I was just making sure that automatically...
What was that noise? It's like click, 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 and then you're gone. Nothing. Rest in peace, Cody. Oh my goodness. And now I'm getting some funky echoes.
Yellow.
Yeah,
How do I sound?
fine,
How about now?
fine.
The same?
Yeah.
How about now? The same?
Yep.
Okay. One more thing here.
Did you
Can you
turn
hear me?
off original sound?
Yeah.
Yeah, turn it back on.
Well, I didn't turn it off, but it automatically turns it off every time I mess with anything in the audio settings. Okay, check that, uncheck it, uncheck that, check it.
Uh-oh.
It's like the enable stereo is what messes it up every time. Turn that off, turn it back on. Can you still hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, that window's good. Minimize that. Nope. Okay, now you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. And I sound okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hopefully we're done doing that.
I hope so.
Let's see if that's in stereo.
Do not leave this stuff.
Yeah.
Attack!
Okay. Alright, let's move forward.
Okay. You have the list?
Yes. Sorry about that, folks.
I gotta step away, so I'll be right back.
Should I call?
No, this
a number?
needs both of us, so you can call...
Oh.
If you want to do... No.
I can just wait.
Okay. Won't be long.
Looks like we've got Don Wong in the chat. Slide your car. Robert Chandler. The Outer Planet. And Law's God. Ed 1978. Attics. Colin in the chat. Here for the comments. A lot of regulars here. Kira probably played the old Gary Busey Burger King clip. He's in the chat. And Price Chopper. Haven't visited there lately. Not in maybe a week or so. Love you a lot. Wanna fancy you. Witty name. How you doing? And let's see. I think that's about it. At least what it's showing me. Love you a lot. Wanna fancy you. I did want to make an announcement. And I hope people can still hear me. I'm guessing they have, because I haven't touched any settings. Not necessarily an announcement, but I did want to talk about... I meant to do this on the last episode, but if you listen to this as a podcast in your podcast app, you probably already know that if you go to our About page on YouTube, there's an RSS link that you can copy and paste manually into your app. And I found on Android, the app that I ended up using is Podcast Addict. I was trying a different one, and it wouldn't let me add anything. Like if you couldn't search for it in their, search bar, you couldn't just put an RSS feed in there. They said you could, and I was reading in a forum that, just put it in the search bar and it should work. And no, it doesn't. And that's what people were saying. So anyway, this Podcast Addict is really good so far. It has like pretty much anything I can imagine that I would like for the app to do. It will do. There's so many options in the settings and stuff. So I would recommend using that if you're on Android, because I recently went back to an Android phone after several years of having iPhones, and I'm becoming less of an Apple fan these days. I'm still using one right now, but it's 10 years old. This computer is 10 years old, and I've upgraded it a lot, but I don't think I would buy a new anything by Apple right now. Maybe the iPhones are really, really great. I don't know, but I just felt like I felt like moving away from them. So yeah, the standard podcast app that comes with iPhones, it was better than nothing, but compared to the one that I'm using on Android, it really sucks. So I'd recommend Podcast Addict, and if you listen to a lot of podcasts, you've probably already figured that out. And one other thing that was annoying when I went to copy and paste it, it would not let me copy it from the YouTube About page. It just would not let me select the text to copy it. So I think I had to get on my computer and send a message to myself to my phone with the address, which was annoying. And sorry if you have to do that. We should probably post it somewhere else other than YouTube so that it's not as much of a hassle. But if you'd like to listen to the show as a podcast, go to our About page here on YouTube, and there's a link there to manually copy and paste into your podcast app. That's about all I have to say about that. It's nice to, as opposed to listening to it on YouTube, not only is the audio better, because you're getting Kira's recording, just using apps for podcasts, you can skip back 15 seconds or forward, and actually you can set that amount of time in the app that I was talking about. And you can set it up to automatically download whichever podcasts you want and like make it into a playlist automatically. You can set the order of preference. You can like rank the podcasts and it will put them in that order as they download, which is nice. I listen to stuff at work, and it's a lot less often I have to pull my phone out of my pocket to change it to a different show. Or I can also set up my the button that's on my earbuds, which you can use to pause and unpause, but I could actually set it up where if I click it twice, it will go back 15 seconds, which is also nice. If I missed something, I don't have to pull my phone out of my pocket when I'm at work. So that's nice. That's I wanted that to be possible on my iPhones for years, and never, even when I jailbroke them, you couldn't do that. So, and I'm sure it's possible, but I got tired of messing with, trying to make that possible. Anyway, thanks for listening, folks. If you regularly donate, we love you a lot. Or if you donate once, we love you a lot. The donation links are in our descriptions on every video, and it helps us out. Helps keep us going when we need to upgrade our equipment or pay Zoom fees or anything like that. So, love you a lot. Want to fancy you. Are you there, Kira? Still not there?
I'm back now.
Oh, okay. I was just blabbing for a while there.
Thanks for filling in. I had to step away for a bit.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing also in the chat, Kira was saying, in our chat, not the show, not the listeners, you also, if you're listening to the MP3 of it as a podcast, or, not the YouTube version, you'll hear, if we're having issues with YouTube, you hear what's going on behind the scenes, as opposed to on YouTube, you'll, hear nothing, or that session ends. So it's basically bonus content if you listen to the archive version, which is where the podcast RSS feed goes to. And of course our archive link is in the description of every video too. Some of our older voices are older episodes. I was looking at the chat there. Some of our older, well, I don't know how many videos are like this, but YouTube has a thing where you can change the description of several videos, or I think up to 30 at once. And it was really buggy because I was using it to put those links in there on some old videos, or just change the links, and it like put them in there like 2 or 3 times, and then I went to delete however many extra were in there, and it like deleted all of them or just added. It just didn't work, and it kind of became a mess, and I never finished going back and fixing that one by one with every single video and checking every single video for that. But maybe someday I'll have time to do that.
That's fabulous job by YouTube.
It is.
Round of applause, everybody.
Alright, let's get to some calls here.
Okay.
We have our friend Jeremy at Triple R Bill Bonds, who insisted that Cody was himself a soundboard last time. And I have that here.
Triple R, this student, can I help you?
Hi, Tom Saltermeyer, PhD.
Worst soundboard ever. You can clearly tell what you're doing.
Sir, I'm not a soundboard. What are you talking about, sir?
End of call.
So, I'm gonna call. You have to use *67 or else he won't answer. I'm gonna call Stephanie regarding that poor treatment you just heard and play him the evidence. And if he stays on that long and says, okay, how can I help you? Then I will have him talk to Tom, who just wanted to bail out his client but was called a soundboard.
Okay. Do *67.
Yeah.
Let me add that. Here we go.
Triple R, is Jeremy?
Yes, good evening. Stephanie Gladstone, PhD. My business associate contacted you roughly a week ago, and he just wanted some help with bailing out a client, and he was very quickly dismissed. Now, I would like you to hear this so you know what we're talking about.
Triple R, this student, can I help you?
Hi, Tom Saltermeyer, PhD.
Worst soundboard ever. You can clearly tell what you're doing.
Sir, I'm not a soundboard. What are you talking about, sir?
End of call.
Right, so Jeremy, my associate and I don't know what a soundboard is. Would you please explain?
Getting better.
Pardon?
He hung up. Did he say Eddie Vedder?
I think he said even better.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
That he knows it's a prank, I guess? I don't know.
Oh, like this is a soundboard? Everything's a soundboard in his paranoid world. Really intricate soundboard.
Hello, sir. I think we were disconnected. Hello? Right, well, let me put you on a brief hold while I get Thomas on the phone, who you called a soundboard. We're still not sure what that even means. It would be nice to talk to you regarding this matter, because we're thinking about reporting it, but one moment, I'll get him on the phone.
Hi, Tom Saltermeyer, PhD. How are you doing, sir? Are you there, sir?
I can't get him to talk, so I don't know. Thomas.
Sir, we know
I hear
you're
some
on the
shuffling.
line.
He's shuffling the phone. Go ahead.
Yeah, who's doing the shuffling? I'm sorry, I can't. You're going to have to speak up. Sir, are you watching Gomer Pyle? Hello? Are you or are you not watching Gomer Pyle, sir? Are you doing the Super Bowl shuffle? Are you familiar with the apple butter fiasco of 1876?
Oh, I think he's cleaning out his aquarium with his tongue.
It does sound a bit like that, Stephanie, I have to admit.
Or possibly cleaning the toilet bowl with his phone. Oh, I know what it is. It's the Heavy Mother's Day. His mother is plump.
We're sorry, but due to Heavy Mother's Day calling, all circuits are busy now. We hope it will be convenient for you to try your call later. This is a recording.
I think his phone in the background is ringing. So would you answer that? Alright, well, obviously he has better things to do. I think Yelp and the Better Business Bureau will be our next step. Thomas, what do you think?
I concur.
Alright, have a good night, sir, and enjoy your 1-star ratings.
I hung up.
Okay.
He was probably sitting there listening.
I think so.
Yeah, somebody in the chat, let's see who that was. Witty Name said Jeremy spoke in class today, which is kind of funny because I was saying that sounded like he said Pearl Jam. Or no, Eddie Vedder, sorry. He spoke in class and then he said Eddie Vedder and hung up.
That he did.
Witty Name is commenting about that ringing sound effect. That it sounds like a person going eh, 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 which I think that is what it is. Is that what is that?
It's a hold tone from France.
Oh wow, I actually thought that was some recording you had of a kid doing that.
No.
Wow. That's disturbing.
Very. It sounded, I guess it was the right length to be a ring, so I was accusing him of not answering his phone instead.
Sounds like some 70s robot from a movie or something.
Yeah.
Okay, well. Want to move on from him?
It's time for me to step up to the mic here.
Oh no.
Get ready to laugh, cause it's time for Pran Funkels Funnies.
So I was hanging out with Bruce Hornsby because he invited me over for a date, and it was pretty good. Went back to his house, and he's a nice guy. He was actually very likable. He's funny and stuff. And I kept wondering, like, where the rest of his band was. You know, we were hanging out in his kitchen, and I'm like, Bruce, like, where's the rest of your band? And he pointed to, like, his stovetop. Like, what? Like, what do you mean? He's like, they're right there. That's the range.
I gotta tell you, I figured that one out.
That's probably the easiest one to figure out.
Very quickly.
As soon as I said kitchen, or maybe before.
Now, has there been a Bruce... Have you told a Bruce Hornsby joke before?
Just Steve Winwood.
Oh, okay. I did... there was some call that I think I recently uploaded with Tom Saltermeyer where somebody said that's just the way it is, and I said, well, now you're starting to sound like Bruce Hornsby.
And the guy had no clue who he was, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right, because then he said he didn't know who it was, and I said, well, you need to. He's one of the most talented artists of our time. Something like that.
Yeah.
It's great when Tom gets a hold of somebody that, you know, is just when somebody who's actually talks and doesn't just sit there and they're kind of an asshole. That's when it really brings Tom out of me, you know. Get out of me, Tom.
He's made for those kind of situations.
Yeah. I think the certain hotel call that was also uploaded recently is a good example. Some of those people are just being really dumb. It's kind of like the grandpa internet service call where if they would have just been not just kind of polite about it and not dicks, then the call would have been a lot shorter and we would have left him alone, but you know how that goes.
Yeah, because of his incompetence and rudeness, and because that sparked something in you, that's like what made it a good call.
Yeah.
Okay, next up we have Smiley Buys Homes. This was a commercial that Cody saw, which I will play for you.
Do you have a house you need to sell? Maybe a worn down, sad looking home? Or maybe you're just in a sad situation, loss of a job or loved one? We make it easy to sell your home. SmileyBuysHomes.com. Close when you want and pay no realtor fees.
I have never met such accommodating, understanding people, and they just made it so easy that when they left, I just smiled.
Sell your home now. Call or visit SmileyBuysHomes.com.
How many seconds are there in between loss of a loved one and then Smiley? It's like 1 second.
Yeah, the music drops out, kind of, and
yeah. There's so many of those commercials here, and signs. Like I've seen, it must be a buyer's market or something right now. Because there's so many signs for that exact business. I buy houses.
yeah, I saw them all over California, and I'm seeing them in Georgia, and obviously you have them there, and they're in Oklahoma too. So
Yeah, I've seen some lately, and I didn't have time to stop and save them.
same here. That old
And
lady.
I'm not as good as I used to be about memorizing a number that I caught a glimpse of.
Me neither. That old woman it says actual customer, she's like, it made me smile. Like, wow, okay.
Yeah, when you watch free TV, when you watch like when you watch those channels that just show like reruns of Alice and stuff, you see a lot of like crappily done commercials, and a lot of them have like the testimonial and the maybe it is an actual customer and that's why their acting is so bad.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of them are like, oh, I just did this, and all they're doing is just repeating what's already been said on the commercial, but just like putting it in their own words, even though it's like the exact same words. Like they've obviously been told what to say.
Yes.
And then there's a lot of laughing when there's no joke or anything funny about what they're saying. It's like they were just, the director of the commercial told them, just kind of be smiling and laughing while you say it. So it looks like they're laughing at stuff that's not funny.
Yeah, well, we'll pay you an extra $200 if you chuckle in between these sentences. What do you say? It's gonna be on after Alice.
Early to rise, early to bed.
Alice, starring Linda Lavin, will return next Sunday evening, but 1 hour later than usual at 9:30, 8:30 Central and Mountain Time.
God damn it.
Oh, no. Are you...
Trying to
I didn't want to... Oh, okay.
Oh, no! What happened? Oh, no! What happened?
Well, you see, Alice will not be seen at its usual time, is what happened.
Oh, no!
I was going to say, I saw part of an episode of Alice the other day, and it was, like, basically that particular episode was about, the description said, an Indian comes into the diner and refuses to leave or claims that the diner is built on an ancient Indian burial ground, which is a phrase that got used 8,000 times between 1979 and 84, or probably 94. But the guy that was playing the quote-unquote Indian was like, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he's a white guy that they'd like made up, put him in as Aziz Ansari would say, brown face.
Wow.
Or red face, I don't know. I'm pretty sure he was like one of those old actors that would show up in a lot of stuff. He sounded like the guy that did cartoon voices, like that did Gargamel on the Smurfs. It might have been this guy, I don't know, but it's pretty interesting to see something like that, like, and that was like a common thing, that would show up on sitcoms and stuff back then, like, oh, here's some Indians, and it'd just be like white people with, headdresses on and stuff. Like, if you did that now on a sitcom, people might be a little offended.
Yeah.
And the way that the guy was talking was like, me no leave until you do, whatever. He was doing that, cartoony, broken English thing. Anyway, so that was... I didn't see the entire episode, so I don't know how it ended, but I know that he was refusing to leave the booth. And also was not purchasing any food. He was just drinking water for free, which Mel was not a fan of.
Water.
Sounds like she's possibly having an orgasm while she says that.
Water, 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 water. 99.
Alright, okay, so...
You put an effect on that? Like a stereo effect or something?
I put a certain type of stretch that I think makes it stereo. Yeah, it does make it stereo.
Yeah, because had a weird stereo effect in my ears. Okay.
So, they're not going to answer, but I'm going to leave a message. I tried to see if they were 24 hours. They're not. There's a certain video game character who has a kind of a similarity to what she's talking about in her commercial, and I'm going to let her know. So, that's next on Pran Funkels.
A stairway to heaven.
Lawsuit.
Hi, you've reached the office of Tish Smiley. I'm sorry that I'm not available right this second, but I would love to talk with you about your home. So leave me a message and I'll call you back just
Tish.
Thanks.
Yes, hello. Stephanie Gladstone, PhD. Now, I don't know what you're trying to do with your company, but it's just a very blatant rip-off of something I'm sure you're aware of, and you're just wink, wink, nudge, nudge, trying to sweep it under the proverbial carpet. Now, Smiley buys homes, really. Now, I'm actually glad I've been hired to investigate this because it personally boils my blood. Smiley buys houses, but you're obviously not familiar, or I think you are. The video game Berserk, 1980. Arcade game. Ever heard of Evil Otto? The smiley face?
Intruder alert, intruder alert. Destroy the intruder.
Now, it's very obvious, Tish, that you're ripping off Evil Otto, so don't try to get it past me with your Smiley buys homes little cute service. We're not going to allow this to happen, so I need you to call me as soon as possible, or else we will take action. 402-882-2083, and maybe you could just think about this for a bit.
The intruder must not escape.
And neither were you, Tish. Good night.
Your message has been recorded. Goodbye.
Well, she sounds pretty smiley, too.
I was hoping to be able to hear it back.
Oh.
But it found, and that's what it did.
Tish. Tish. I got this voicemail you need to hear, Tish.
Her secretary. Tish.
Now, Tish.
It's one of those names you just have to say like that.
Yep. Well, maybe her nose was running and she needed a tissue.
I think she had to go see a therapist because she was having issues. And she got kicked out of a McDonald's because she wasn't wearing her shoes.
Hardy fucking har.
Or a shirt. Had her tits out. No service.
No tits, no service.
It's only because that particular McDonald's is managed by a certain guy named
Chris,
who says,
Chris.
Whoops. Yeah, thanks Windows 7 Windows Explorer Designer for reversing my clips.
Well, I didn't hear anything about the tits. How big are the tits?
oh man, I sure would like to call that guy.
I know. I tried to send him a message, but he deleted his account.
Yeah, it's been said many times.
Many times, many ways. Merry Christmas.
Merry Titsmas to Chris.
That's all he wants for Christmas, this nice pair of jugs in his hands.
Is someone's two front tits. I think we need to make a song about that. Make a hilarious parody song.
Yes. All Chris wants for Christmas is his two front tits.
Two front tits.
Okay. This is a...
Oh, by the way, so I don't know if you've already talked about it, but I guess Patrick is out for the night.
Is he?
Did he? He hasn't joined. He didn't join before me, did he?
No.
And then Mike said he probably wouldn't be available.
Yeah.
In case the audience was wondering, I don't know if you already told them that.
I told him Mike wouldn't be here, and I told him Patrick was like a maybe.
Mike said he would try, but it didn't sound like it was going to happen, so... Didn't sound very likely. Which is too bad.
Damn it, Mike.
Mike.
Very disappointed, and we're thinking about...
Oh, Mike.
Thinking about kicking you out of Pran Funkels. Oh, he's listening. You heard my threat. Just kidding, Mike. I love you a lot. I want to fancy you. He says he's trying. Okay.
Yeah, Patrick was not feeling too good. And he also had some stuff that he has to do, I think, early in the morning doesn't sound fun.
He may possibly be at a Whammy Burger and...
Yeah, I'll go walloping all over the place. It's my favorite onomatopoeia. Ogglewalp.
Alright. Let's move on. This is a 24-hour locksmith in Georgia. This is for you, Mike. But I'm gonna do it instead. Soundboard. And that is next, darling. Pran Funkels.
Calling the locksmith. For emergency service, press 1. To schedule an appointment,
Wait, start
press
over.
2.
Call again.
To check the status on...
Call again so we can hear that whole message.
It's a familiar voice. Just a second here. Hey, call again, man.
Thank you for calling the locksmith. For emergency service, press 1. To schedule an appointment, press 2. To check the status on existing order, press 3. For telemarketing, press 4. All others, please hang up the phone. Thank you for calling the locksmith. For emergency service, press
1.
To schedule an appointment, press 2.
Yummy. Is that Peking duck? I smell. How about some keks for dessert? And pick up. No?
Alright, let's hang up.
Okay.
Come and experience Yummy Buffet. It is located between Lawrence and Pulaski in Chicago.
Yes, we called the locksmith. There's only one in the entire world, the locksmith.
I thought it was saying like Deluxe Smith or something at first.
If you want emergency service, press 1. Wait,
press 1.
You try again.
Yeah, I want to hear it say 1 again. I'm hearing an echo. Hopefully that goes away.
Thank you for calling the locksmith. For emergency service, press 1. To schedule an appointment, press 2. To check the status,
I like the last option,
press
too.
3. For telemarketing, press 4.
I want some
For others,
telemarketing.
please hang up the phone.
Please hang up the phone, asshole.
Okay, let's move on.
Is that Fushu Mang I hear over there? Yummy.
Right. My favorite would be cooked to order hibachi.
Smash Mouth. Yummy.
Woo, is this Beijing duck? How about some sushi from the chef?
I'd rather have the waitress bring it.
Look, Yummy Buffet even has Korean, Mexican and American food too. Yummy.
Yummy Buffet even has Koreans sitting at that table. Mexicans at that table. Americans in the bathroom. Yummy.
Yummy Buffet is a segregated establishment.
Yummy Buffet has different water fountains for different races of people.
God.
Yummy. This water's filtered. Yummy. This water is not. Yummy.
Oh, man. Oh, Jesus.
This water fountain is for Jesus. Yep.
Holy water.
Yeah, and it makes a certain noise if you when you use the water fountain. That's when Dracula accidentally drinks out of the wrong fountain. He's been discriminated against all day. He was made to sit in the back of the bus on his way to the buffet, and then damn the bad luck, drank out of the wrong fountain.
He was exploded. All over Yummy Buffet is chunks of Dracula in your jello.
Scorched Dracula. Yummy. Yummy Buffet even has Transylvanian, Romanian food.
Oh, yeah. For all you cannibals.
Yummy.
Alright.
Is that Peking Dracula I smell?
Well, I saw him
peeking in your window.
Peeking into a nudie magazine.
Oh.
Alright, well, I called that in the middle of the night before, and the guy just answered. He's like, locksmith. Now he doesn't want to answer, so... Thanks, pal.
Yep. Great service they provide.
Yeah, huh? Great. Well, let's see what happens if we press the telemarketer option.
Okay. Let's give him a call back.
Thank you for calling the locksmith. For emergency service, press 1. To schedule an appointment, press 2. To check the status on existing order, press 3. For telemarketing, press 4.
And it hangs up when you do that.
Does that mean that it regards us as a telemarketer?
Maybe, I don't know.
Try.
Or maybe now we're on a list where we'll start getting bombarded by telemarketers. Incoming calls.
Yeah. Well, that's nothing to us. We had that Craigslist loser who gave our number to the internet. And then expected it to scare us and stop us. We just kept calling him over and over again. He like went insane.
How long ago was that?
Oh man. Let me consult my log here.
It's been a while.
It has, and I'm not going to sing it, though.
Thank you. But you did acknowledge that it made you think of that song, so we've got to work on that, too. We'd just not even acknowledge it.
The first call we did to him was August 25th, 2018.
Okay, so not as long ago as I was thinking.
Yeah. Okay. Next we have Land Graphics, and it's for Cody, and I had an idea for him to act like he's a designer for an Atari 2600 game, and he needs help with the part of the game has a landscape on it, and since they do land graphics, he wants them to do the graphics for his Atari 2600 game, and the rest is in the notes right there.
Okay.
You good with that?
Yep. That was poignant, that song.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 858.
Let's try him again.
Worst soundboard ever. You can clearly tell what you're doing.
What's going on? I don't think she's gonna make it. Nope. She's fading on us.
I thought there was something about
Your
not having
call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
There's something about eating your meat so you could have pudding.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on there? Minus a tone.
No, I think we were calling somebody's hospital room, and it went to the monitor.
Made the noise that fake pagers made on TV shows in the 80s.
Yeah.
That I was talking about last week.
This These people answered first time in the middle of the night as well. I don't know what's happening here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try one more time.
Yes. Here we go. I think they were on the other line.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice message.
It seemed like they sent it to voicemail.
Automatic voice mess. Who's gonna clean up this automatic voice mess?
Some people have been known to say that I have a voicemail. And it's not automatic.
I am calling. No, I can't do that voice.
I'm coming and you're gonna go when there's some voicemails. And it's not automatic.
Folks, you're gonna have a real treat on the next upload when you see a picture.
It may or may not be a go with Martha. And I'm coming. In the McGonagalls.
Alright, Bertha.
McGonagalls.
Alright, calm down.
Oh, I'm coming.
No, not in here, you're not.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
Bertha, I think this lady is describing you.
We're sorry, but due to heavy Mother's Day calling, all circuits are busy now. We hope it will be convenient for you to try your call later. This is a recording.
No, it's not convenient.
Try your call later.
It's not convenient. It's not acceptable.
Do me a favor and try your call later. Alright?
Okay, well, I guess Cody's brilliant Atari 2600 homebrew idea is unfortunately not going to come to fruition.
What was that from?
Dragon Warrior 2.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Alright.
Not the most advanced sounding music on those games.
No, it's... Well, they're like years behind when they actually came out, so... In North America, so...
Oh. Well, that explains a little bit of it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think it's time for a little something here.
What's that?
I'm not sure. Oh, is it time for...
Take a dog in the morning.
Classic rock all day.
Folks,
Oh, go ahead.
we're having an all-request lunch right now, which means drinking a lot of cocktails. That's what I call. This is my all-request lunch. I request a cocktail from the bartender.
Well, that's got a lot of protein in it.
And I am coming in your drink.
Oh, we've got special guest Bertha in the studio. Hi, Bertha.
Oh, this... You know, you could have just phoned in, Bertha. We didn't need to see you.
Yeah.
I like to show up in person when I'm guesting on a radio show. And I'm coming.
Bertha,
Alright, can you...
Oh, go ahead.
Just have a seat on that couch that's got some stains on it over there in the corner, Bertha.
She takes up most of that couch with her large buttocks.
It is very large.
Bertha, I came into your Conoco. You only had one type of apple.
No different types of apple.
Alright.
No. God damn it.
Alright, Bertha, that'll be enough for now. Take a dog in the morning.
Classic rock all day.
Now, we got this song somebody requested. And, you know, we don't play it very often, but it's the all-request lunch, so we break all the rules for this 1 hour of the day every day. You're gonna hear some crazy shit you don't normally hear on this fucking goddamn radio station.
Oh, slow it down there, Dom.
Oh, I'm sorry, we're on the radio? Oh, I forgot.
Yes.
This is my job that I've been coming to for 50 years. Suddenly forgot where I was. Sorry about that.
You're not in Kansas anymore. That's the dumbest joke.
Dick and nugget about it.
Class rock all day. Well,
And now, I was talking to Bertha off the air earlier, and she was going on and on about her preference for a snack, a dessert type snack that she eats a lot.
uh-huh.
And she said that she likes to eat an entire package of Oreos
Oh,
in one sitting in about 3 minutes.
I can believe that. Looking at her there.
Yep, and she got on to somehow managed to get onto one of those amusement park rides because she was tall enough. She was as high as the clown's penis, so she was able to get on that amusement park ride. And apparently it because of the amount of weight, because she was sitting in the front, they started going downhill, and it got a little bit too fast because there was too much weight in the front, and
Oh, God.
and it was the way this ride was, it looked like a wagon. It was a Oreo speed wagon. Take it out about it.
Class rock all day. And oh,
And Bertha said she's gonna keep on loving you Oreos.
Bertha just got up off the couch, and I think she has a couch cushion between her massive, flabby cheeks. So it's time to play a song, a REO Speedwagon, Dick and Dong in the morning.
Oh, I'm gonna go get the Febreze.
You know, see my look in my eyes, there was something true. You may say that the place is still in the sky, all for this love. And I wanna be around you. That's John and his pipe.
Wow, John, you amaze me.
And what was he saying at the very end?
I was trying to understand him, like, that's John, he's tight. I don't know.
That's John and his pipe.
That's John, and he's tight.
I should know, because we slept together last night.
Oh, God. Oh, man. I was gonna say, when he first gets to the chorus, he would have benefited by doing what he normally does and stay within a 2-note, maybe 3-note range. But then he like goes up high and just ruins it all. He just tried too hard on that one.
I mean, he's kind of in tune at first, and then he decides to go all high with his voice, and goes up about 4 steps or something.
Yikes.
Gets crazy.
You know what the saddest thing about that is?
What?
I didn't watch the whole video. I think we probably should right now. But, the song comes on, and there's this couple who get up to dance because it's maybe it's their song or they like it, and then he starts singing. Let me see if I can find it.
And then they sit down immediately.
I forgot to watch it. I'll send it to you.
Because that'd be funny.
Alright,
They start to dance and they're like, fuck this, and sit back down.
Can you play this and share your screen? So we can watch it together?
Are you gonna put it on YouTube?
No.
No, okay. Yeah, let me share my screen. Can you see?
Yep.
Oh wait, actually I need to... Shit. I should have copied the link before I shared. Hang on a second. Because you can't look at the chat while you're sharing. At least I don't think so.
Not that I've found.
Yeah. Can you see?
Yeah.
YouTube is loading really slowly because I have Hangouts open, I'm sure.
Can you make it bigger, like theater mode?
Well, I clicked it. We'll see how long it takes before it responds. Yeah, these Hangout windows just slow the computer way down. Or just slow Chrome down anyway.
Lovein.
Keep on Levine, you.
Yeah.
Like the name Levine. I'm just gonna... Yeah, they go off to the left immediately, unfortunately.
So they heard his voice, but still went on the dance floor. I had it wrong.
Let's check in about 2 minutes and see. Some guy just went to the bathroom or something there.
He's like, yeah, it's a good time to get up.
Okay, it looks like they finally pan over to the left. Here. Yep, there's the bathroom. Bertha just went to it. It's kind of like they panned over to show that lady going in the bathroom.
Yeah. It's not a packed house, folks.
Yeah, that looks like so many, I guess you'd call them dive bars that I went to in Oklahoma. Like, the walls, I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure the walls are just plywood that's not been painted or anything done to them.
Wow.
There's all these people, this guy's like looks like he just got there, came there from his office job. He's like wearing a button-up shirt with the slacks and a belt.
That's John and his pipe.
And it looks like John did a little dance there.
That's John and his pipe.
I think he's like trying not to trip over the microphone cord, and then he just like made it into a dance, or maybe he didn't even mean to make it look like that. Anyway, yeah, those people disappear immediately after they start to dance.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing what I was saying is exactly what happened. They just like sat back down.
Like, yeah, honey, it's our song. Oh, okay.
As you can see, like the dance, the area where people would dance, and that's where they start out, and then they immediately like walk off camera. And the camera is capturing pretty much everything that's in the in front of the stage. If that's it's not even a stage actually. I thought that was a like a riser.
A Paul riser.
But I think that's actually just like felt covering up the chords to the karaoke stuff. It's not actually raised up or some kind of thing. Anyway.
A couple of dart boards. Somebody accidentally threw a dart and it...
It was stuck in John's head through that whole song.
Yeah. But three people confirmed got up and went to the bathroom during
Which, it's surprising that there were that many people there from the looks of things. Or maybe it's people just came in off the street to use the bathroom. When you hear that kind of singing, that's the signal. This is a good place to take a piss.
Yeah. Okay. Next we have...
It's 53 views on that video, and it's over 4.5 years old.
Well, John, we hope you catch on, because you sure have here. So.
Stop sharing.
Lose it. Okay,
Use it or lose it.
Scott Smith, Law Office. This is regarding another song lawsuit. So there is a song from a game called Black Tiger that goes like this. And actually the beginning of that sounds like a different song. It sounds like Blondie, Call Me.
Yeah, kind of.
Wow.
It definitely sounds more like something else.
That would be...
The song, The Heat Is On, was played here.
The part where they're actually saying the heat is on, it sounds more like it.
So we're gonna...
Obviously.
Yeah, I agree.
And it's very fitting for Black Tiger, a game where you're... I don't know how you describe that game, but there couldn't be a less appropriate song to try to put into that kind of video game. It's like a guy with like a mace. It's kind of like Roston or Magic Sword, if you've played that, by Capcom. Anyway.
Well, I guess the owner of that shop left the heat on.
Yeah. Alright, we ready?
Yeah.
Thank you for calling. Please hold, and we'll be right with you.
Good morning, law office of Scott Smith. This is Mary.
Yes, good evening. Stephanie Gladstone, PhD. I'm calling about a potential lawsuit here. Now, it's regarding music, and there is a certain gentleman by the name of Tamayo Kawamoto who did a song for the Black Tiger video game in the arcades. I'll play a short snippet here.
Okay, ma'am.
No, please don't interrupt while I'm speaking. This is the clip, and it sounds very similar to something else, and I'm going to play very short snippets.
She hung up.
Okay.
What the fuck?
What a bitch.
Okay, ma'am.
Wow. Nice service.
You'd think that we'd be getting more answers tonight, or, you know, we started earlier, and we've been starting earlier. It's like we can't get any answers. I mean, she answered, of course, but for some reason we had to wait for fucking ever.
So, a lot of these I called in the middle of the night, but it was on a weekday, so maybe some of them are just don't do weekends.
Yeah, it's possibly. I mean, the locksmith, you'd think they would answer no matter what.
Yeah.
One.
Thank you for calling. Please hold, and we'll be right with you.
Good morning, law office of Scott Smith. This is Mary.
Yes, Stephanie Gladstone, PhD. I was just speaking with someone. I think I was disconnected.
Yes, ma'am. This is their after-hours emergency service. I can get a message over to the attorney for you if you'd like. May I have your first and last name, please?
Stephanie Gladstone, PhD.
G-L-A-D? Yes, ma'am. That was G-L-A-D-S-T-O-N-E?
Correct, or Dr. Gladstone if you prefer.
Thank you. Is there a company name to mention for you?
Well, first I'd like to get to this problem I'm having. Now, I need you to listen to something briefly.
Ma'am, this is just their answering service after hours. I'm not a legal advisor. I would have to get the message over to the attorney for you. I'm not able to listen to any recording at this time.
Well, this is part of the message, is what I mean.
Yes, ma'am. I would just have to get a brief message for you, and I will have the attorney return your call. May I have your phone number, please?
Well, let me just run it by you. Now first, a chap named Tamayo Kawamoto made a song for Black Tiger that sounds very briefly like this. And as you'll notice, it sounds very, very similar to the song called The Heat Is On by Glenn Frey.
The song was played here.
Now, ma'am, surely you hear the similarities there?
Ma'am, I'm not able to give any information at all. I'm trying to explain to you. The only thing I'm able to do is get a message over to the attorney. May I have a phone number for him to return your call?
Well, yes. Are you able to hum it to them or something?
No, ma'am, I'm not able to do that. This is an after-hours emergency dispatch service.
Well, are you're recording the call, correct?
This is a recorded call, yes, ma'am, and I'd be happy to gather your information. I do have other calls in queue, and I can relay it to the attorney.
Well, John...
May I just have your phone number so I can have him call you?
I don't think John Delancey has anything to do with this, darling.
Ma'am, I'm trying to assist you in getting a message to the attorney.
Right.
May I just have your phone number so I can relay the information?
I know. I don't care who is in the queue. You're currently speaking with me, so please give me your attention and listen.
I understand. I can take a brief message for the attorney. I'm not able to be on an extended call. I apologize.
Well, I would like you to memorize these songs and hum them to your supervisor or the lawyer so they can hear it.
I'm not able to do that, ma'am. This is an automated service. I can get a message over. I'd be happy to take your information if you'd like.
Now, just a minute now. Just listen. I want you to hum this when it's done.
Ma'am, I'm not going to...
Quiet!
She hung up.
Dang it.
Ma'am, I'm not going to listen to...
I wanted her to hum it. And just tell the lawyer and I want you to hum the... Try to figure out a way to hum this.
Oh boy. Yet another robot. Well, almost. At least she was getting frustrated.
I think Tom Saltermeyer should handle this.
No, I don't know about that.
No? Okay.
I don't know about.
Please stand by for a Pran Funkels public service announcement.
What's bugging you, Murphy?
Drugs. Drugs bug me.
Hi. That was Nancy Allen and me. I'm Peter Weller, the guy behind that mask. If you're a kid, please listen for a second. How do you keep away from drugs? They're everywhere, sometimes even at home. But there is one place you can go that is 100% drug-free. No pot, no pills, no crack, no smack, no coke, no exceptions. The Boys and Girls Club. It beats the streets. No kidding.
This has been a Pran Funkels public service announcement.
Yep, you heard it here. Heard it here from Mr. Peter Weller. You know what Kurtwood Smith would say about that? He'd say, RoboCop, you're a dumbass. Yep. I don't know. I have a feeling there's probably a drug or two in those facilities or whatever it is that they're talking about there. That was a good one. I don't remember seeing that as a kid. I wonder if were they showing clips of RoboCop? I'm not sure. Kira stepped away. But I think we all learned something there. I like how he's rattling off those drugs. Pran Funkels. Thanks for listening tonight, folks. I gotta tell you, I'm a little bit tired tonight. I guess I should let you know I'm going out of town for a week, and been preparing for that today, and it's been a busy day. And unfortunately, I probably won't be on next weekend. Pretty positive that's not going to happen. So hopefully somebody else will be able to join Kira Saturday night. I didn't think I would be on tonight, but I was thinking I would be already out of town, but that's not the case. So it would have been a solo show for Kira tonight, which part of it was anyway, I guess. Anyway, Pran Funkels. We're just trying to get people to answer, and I guess we've had a couple of answers. We've had that Bell Bonds guy who doesn't say much, just sits there and masturbates. Yep. We had Pat waiting, but he dropped off, so sorry about that, Pat. Didn't get to do Pran Funkels sports tonight. I would have had nothing to say about it anyway. I watched literally no sports today or in the last week. Unfortunately. Let's take a look at the chat. We got 99. I don't know if I know Kara played that clip. I don't know if it was when talking about 99 being in the chat. BB says John's a grower, not a shower. The gentleman that you heard singing REO Speedwagon earlier. And
That's John and his Spike.
We've got WPLU 572 Trunked Radio in the chat. Or is that Trunked? I'm not sure.
That's the new home of Dick and Dong in the morning.
The Dick and Dong in the morning. Broadcasting from a trunk.
An elephant's trunk, that is.
Yeah, Dolph Sims level. And Funkels.
BB wants to know if it counts if instead of going to church tomorrow, I put on an old Striper CD. Why, yes, it does.
That might be more religious. Somehow.
It's the Lord's word through heavy metal, man. It's the way to do it.
You know who doesn't listen to Striper because of he doesn't want it to bring back any jarring memories of horrible situations from his past is Bronson. Doesn't want to think about that time that he was caught in the middle of a fudge stripe cookie that he didn't start, but he has to finish. Somebody else took a bite of it, but he has to finish it.
Damn it. Well, that was part 3. Part 4 was an Oreo, and then part 5 was... I don't know.
He's always forced to finish these damn cookies. Some of them have plaque from somebody else's teeth on them, and one of them had a piece of a brace, a tooth brace. One of them had dentures stuck in it.
From the dentures hag?
Yeah. A little bit of coleslaw that fell off of her dentures.
Oh,
stuck to that Chips Ahoy. That's pretty impressive, too, if it sticks to that, because those are kind of dry.
Her dentures haven't been washed since she bought them in 1978.
I haven't had a Chips Ahoy in a long time. Have you?
Pretty good. I think I had some a few years ago.
Used to eat them a lot as a kid, but I guess I don't buy stuff like that very often as an adult.
Well, you know, they made a TV show about it.
It's very loud.
I know, I don't know why it's that loud. I'm gonna turn it down. Yeah, the waveform's like blaring.
BB in the chat was saying that you sound tight, maybe is what the guy was saying.
Let's, well, now I have to isolate that because it's too funny. Alright. This might be the largest number of new clips I've ever made, so it takes me longer to find it.
Bet you bite a clip.
Oh.
Oh.
That's doubly clever. Okay.
Hey, you know, it's called Chips Ahoy, but did they ever have a pirate or anything like that on the commercials? Because I don't remember that.
Not that I know of.
I would hear Ahoy as a kid and think of Chips Ahoy, but it's kind of weird. I don't know.
It is.
You'd think there'd be a pirate in the commercials or something.
Kind of like...
Knock, knock. Who's there?
Good grief, Dad!
Crackers. Using new cereal that tastes like graham crackers. Yo ho ho, and a bottle of
Clackers. I'd like to drink some clackers from a bottle.
Yeah, liquefied clackers.
That's John and his pipe.
Let's hear that again.
That's John and his pipe.
I don't know what he's saying. Let's round an east kite.
I keep hearing that's John and he's tight, like he's a real tight musician, which he's not.
He's not saying his last name. Doesn't sound like it.
Some people in the audience looked him up and they know who he is. Are asking if we should keep it secret still. I guess. Probably safest. Alright.
Yeah, I'd hate for him to delete some of his stuff or be, you know, apprehensive about putting more stuff online at some point. Which he hasn't lately, I guess, but we don't want to discourage him from doing more, you know?
No, we need more songs. Anybody in the chat have any idea what the guy's saying?
Let's hear it again.
Let me save it.
That's John and his pipe.
Like Kermit the Frog. Something.
Some kind of Muppet.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a documentary about Metallica. So it's some kind of Muppet.
Okay, let's... This is Health Insurance Marketplace. Maybe you should do this because you haven't had many calls.
Okay.
It's supposed to be just a soundboard.
Let's give him a call.
Okay.
Welcome to the Health Insurance Marketplace. Para español, oprima el 8 ahora. The healthcare.gov website is temporarily under maintenance while we make some important updates. If you need to fill out an application for coverage, enroll, or make changes to your information, please call back or access your account on healthcare.gov later. To help us direct your call, please select one of the following. You can say, apply and enroll, password reset, report a life change, or something else. If you'd like to speak with a marketplace agent now, say representative, or press 4. Please try your call again at another time. Thank you for calling the Health Insurance Marketplace. Goodbye.
Why would it be 4? There's no other options.
I don't know, but the way she said goodbye sounded exactly like the AOL guy.
I didn't notice.
I'll play it back here.
Oh, sorry.
Life change.
Or something else. If you'd like to speak with a marketplace agent now, say representative, or press 4. Please try your call again at another
time. Thank you for calling the Health Insurance Marketplace. Goodbye.
Now I have to save this.
Marketplace. Goodbye.
Why would it be 4?
I don't know.
There's no other option.
Strange.
Yeah, it did sound a lot like the inflection was like identical.
Let's see.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, sorry.
Goodbye.
I said it right
Goodbye.
when you did.
Goodbye.
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 Goodbye. They're saying bye to each other for a long time.
I guess the 2 stars of the movie You've Got Mail.
You've got mail! Tom Hanks. And whoever else. And you've got mail! You know, when the announcer would get all goofy because it's a romantic comedy.
Yeah. Just don't do it like that anymore, huh?
Me and Patrick have talked about the Movie Greats Network before. It was just something that would come on probably 34 late at night, and it was just them playing some crappy old movie that was probably cheap to play. It was like just on UHF channels or, you know, syndicated TV stations. Anyway, there was some movie that and they'd make these, like, before they showed the movie, the announcer would, like, talk about the movie and they'd show clips from it at the beginning. And there was some movie that had Judge Reinhold in it that, you know, it'd always be something that had a couple of actors you've heard of, but the movie itself, like, you'd never heard of. And there was one that had Judge Reinhold in it, and the announcer was, like, talking about it, and it was some wacky romantic comedy, and the guy was like, well, and then this happens, and well, Judge Reinhold does this, and then, well, it was doing that wacky thing where even the announcer's confused about it. But he was saying Judge Reinhold, like, oh, he's playing himself in this movie? I didn't realize that.
Yeah, really.
It always stood out to me for some reason. Just because it's like when you're talking to somebody about a movie and they don't remember the character's name, but in this case, this is the announcer that's like they're about to show this movie, and this is yeah, anyway.
It's Judge Reinhold's autobiography, or whatever they call that in film.
His biopic.
Yeah.
Where he's playing himself. That'd be pretty exciting, I bet.
99 says you have cast members in each time zone now. No, just 3. Nobody's in Mountain Time. And nobody's... I used to be Pacific Time, but... So it's 3 in Central and 1 in Eastern.
Yep. That's true. I was about to do my Judge Reinhold impression.
Yeah?
Here's the part where this is when we were filming Beverly Hills Cop. It's kind of like, it's Tom Skerritt, but a little bit younger.
That's a good analogy, yeah.
It's not quite Tom Skerritt, but it's a little bit younger. I'm Tom Skerritt. The focus will blow you out of the sky, Maverick. Okay. How about those impressions, huh? Pretty good.
Spot on, my friend.
Johnny Gum.
Jack,
Norm.
Jack
McDonald. I'm gonna go stare at Kathy Lee Gifford's vagina for a while, if you don't mind.
I don't mind. No, go ahead.
Do you suppose Kathy Lee would mind? As long as I don't tell her that her vagina reminds me of a gas station sign.
Yeah, as long as you don't mention that, I think you're golden, really.
It kind of looks like that symbol for Shell.
Well, perfect.
It's also red and yellow.
Oh, boy. That's not so good.
Might be a little infected for a while. I'm not sure if I... It's funnier if I don't know what that is.
That was Kathy Lee reacting to Jack Nicholson viewing her vagina.
The reference to last night's Pran Funkels game night episode, and when I played Castlevania 4 last year, that's when we first talked about it, and Mike got a pretty good clip of Patrick saying something out of that.
Yes, he did. Oh yeah, were you listening earlier on the chat line when the guy was like, I'm looking for this and that and a woman?
I didn't hear that, no.
And I did it on air. After he did it, I went like that. Okay, that's yet another number that I called in the middle of the night, and they answered, and now they're not.
Should we try it again? I'll press 4 this time.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try it. Let's try it.
Welcome to the Health Insurance Marketplace. Para español, oprima el 8 ahora. The healthcare.gov website is temporarily under maintenance while we make some important updates. If you need to fill out an application for coverage, enroll, or make changes to your information, please call back or access your account on healthcare.gov later.
Yes.
To help us direct your call, please select one of the following. You can say, apply and enroll, password reset. If you'd like to speak with a marketplace agent now, Please try your call again at another time. Thank you for calling the Health Insurance Marketplace. Goodbye.
Wow, okay. This is very helpful.
It's a very dainty, girly. It's the ladies' version of that.
Yeah, some people listen to that on a loop for about an hour just to put them to sleep.
I might do it. Next we're gonna call.
You know, it's not a bad idea once in a while.
Definitely not, sir. He's got his nasal cavities sound like they have Quaker oats in them or something.
I saw that the episode of Seinfeld a while back, that a while with an H back, that Wilford was on, and of course, like, every one of the soundboard quotes stood out to me, like the thing about playing my golf.
Oh, it's from that?
Yeah, I didn't realize it, I don't think, until I was actually watching the episode. And I was like, oh, that's why he's talking about playing golf, because I'm pretty sure he doesn't in real life. He's playing the Postmaster General or something like that. He's like... yeah, anyway.
That seems like a good role for him.
I get a little irritated when I have to miss my golf. I always thought that was like from a Liberty commercial or something, and that's why it kind of confused me, because I was like, he doesn't seem like he plays golf. Now it all makes sense.
I didn't think it was from. It could be from a commercial. I thought it was like some movie or something.
Yeah. I don't know. The tone of it sounds like... It doesn't sound like him in a movie to me. But it all makes sense now.
Did it surprise you when it happened?
Yeah.
It's always like
a
surreal feeling when you have heard quotes from soundboards or whatever, and then you see or hear it.
Yeah, and I'd seen that episode several times, but not in a long time, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I was one of those people that watched Seinfeld when it wasn't cool. And I would tell other people about it, and they'd watch it and be like, that show's not funny. And then, you know, after it was on for 7 years, everybody decided they were a fan.
That same guy's like, oh, I don't want to like this, but I do.
It wasn't just one person either. It was like everybody, like all my friends, and like just everybody that I would tell to watch it would watch it and then be like, this show's not funny.
It's too mainstream, man. Oh, we have Ryu in the background.
Nah, think again, man. That was Ken.
Oh, it was Ken. Sorry. Ryu.
Think again. Ryu. As Big Bird taught us, it's pronounced.
Yeah, and Chun-Li.
Chun-Li!
Well, next we're gonna call...
Morgan and Morgan. 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 Morgan and Morgan.
Not only was he flying away, but he got sucked up into a tractor beam at the very end there.
Yeah. Jean-Luc Picard engaged the tractor beam, and this floating Morgan and Morgan man was brought onto the Enterprise.
That's so far my favorite new clip of the night.
That was fun to make.
I'm Morgan. Mocha. Mocha, smoke 'em. Mocha, have a hamburger helper. My mama's make a hamburger helper. I said stroganoff.
So this is...
There was some story, sorry to interrupt, but there was some story that I think a mutual friend told us about Moja, that they were at his house one time and they were like, of course making hilarious jokes about, because his mom made stroganoff and they were calling it stroking off, and then Moja said to his mom, Moja, this is good. This is pretty good beef stroking off.
Oh, Squeaky the chair is here.
Oh, hey, Squeaky. I don't know if he didn't realize what he was saying or if he was just trying to be funny. It seems like an awkward thing to say to your mom.
What does Mom say?
I don't know. And I think it was him. I don't know. Patrick would probably know. It's possible it was some other dumb kid, but I'm pretty sure it would add up because his mom was always making hamburger. And that's one of their selections is stroganoff.
Oh, what a meal, oh. Hamburger helper lasagna.
Hamburger helper lasagna. I'm scared.
There he is again.
You know what they call, you know what the definition of hamburger helper is at the Food Lion stores?
What?
It's when the guy in the meat department puts red food coloring onto the gray meat that's old.
Oh, man.
That was, yeah, I don't know if that was national or just in Oklahoma, but we had all these Food Lion stores that appeared suddenly, and like a lot of locations around Oklahoma City, and then suddenly it seems like they weren't even in business for very long, like months. Might have been a year or two, I don't know, but not very long to me as a kid, so it probably really wasn't very long. And then that was in the news that they were caught taking old meat and like repackaging it and putting red food coloring and like chemicals in it or something to, I guess try to make it edible and to appear not old and selling it. And then they all went out of business. And if you go around the Oklahoma City area now, you'll see, if you're me anyway, you'll notice buildings that used to be a Food Lion that are Victory Christian Center, and a lot of them became churches for some reason. And then a lot of them just sat empty, and they're just, became a different store. But for whatever reason, a lot of them like didn't turn into a grocery store. They just were something random. Pran Funkels.
You can have a great beef dinner in no time at all. Well, almost no time at all. Beef. It's what's for dinner.
Robert Mitchell. Beef.
So,
and now it's Sam Elliott, I think.
Is it?
I don't know if they're still using him, but the last I saw they were. Beef is what's for dinner.
Dude.
I was gonna look oh yeah. I was gonna look up a commercial. And I think I might have looked it up before, and it's not on YouTube, of course. Let's see if this will play ever. It's like the John video.
You shop for meat. You want to see how fresh it is, right? Take ground beef. When it's packaged like this, you know it's not ground fresh daily in the store, and you can't see what you're buying. At Food Line, we grind our beef several times a day right in the store and wrap it so you can see it. And here's another thing that's important. Food Line's ground beef has a better lean to fat ratio than most of our competitors. So the next time you buy beef, take a good look at ours. It shows up a lot better than theirs, and ours is at an extra low price.
Okay, that guy looks like Crispin Glover playing a character. That was, I never saw that commercial as a kid, but it's talking about beef, so I thought I'd play it. I guess that was like the president of Food Line, but he looks like Crispin Glover playing a creepy-looking hick character or something.
You want to send the link?
Yeah. Oh, there's a related video. It's a Hillshire Farm commercial featuring Richard Karn from 1997. So that's neat.
Bunch of sellouts.
Yeah, I'll send you the link in the chat there. Oop, nope, that's a phone number.
Oh, I'll dial that right now.
I guess I didn't it helps if you copy the link before you paste it. There it is. There it is. There was a really cheesy commercial they had that they played a lot. And it was like a barbershop quartet kind of thing.
Take ground beef. When it's packaged like this, you know it's not ground fresh daily in the store, and you can't see what you're buying. At Food Line, we grind our beef several times a day right in the store and wrap it so you can see it. And here's another thing that's important. Food Line's ground beef has a better lean to fat ratio than most of our competitors. So the next time you buy beef, take a good look at ours. It shows up a lot better than theirs, and ours is at an extra low price.
What a nerd.
Even in the thumbnails, he looks like Crispin Glover.
What?
It's like the intro this YouTuber puts at the beginning of their videos.
Oh.
Let's hear that again.
Would you believe this little gadget saves you money on groceries? It's called a leak detector. It tells us if coolant is escaping from refrigeration units in Food Line stores. It used to take us days to track down a refrigeration leak, but with a fluorocarbon detector, we can pinpoint leaks in less than an hour. Last year, we reduced refrigerant lost into the atmosphere by some 400,000 pounds. That's a savings of $900,000. $900,000.
There's a guy welding behind him.
Because at Food Line, we don't lose our cool.
Okay, so that one, there's a guy like... The guy has like a blowtorch or something, and he's like not... Yeah, is that why you're playing Think About This?
Yeah.
Because he's like standing right behind Crispin Glover. Like the guy, I'm surprised his slacks don't catch on fire. And the guy's like not wearing any eye protection or any... It looks... And he's like waving the flame around where it's like... There looks like Country Crock shed spread or something on the shelves, and it looks like he's like melting into them or something. You want me to send a link to that?
Yeah, sounds like an avatar.
Alright folks, it's probably not really entertaining to listen to and not be able to see, but
Would you believe This little gadget saves you money on groceries. It's called a leak detector. It tells us if coolant is escaping from refrigeration units in Food Line
Also,
stores.
if there's ghosts
It used to
around.
take us days to track down a refrigeration leak, but with a fluorocarbon detector, we can pinpoint leaks in less than an hour.
This is
Last year, we
Egon's
reduced
Geiger
refrigerant
counter.
lost into the atmosphere by some 400,000 pounds. That's a savings of almost $900,000. $900,000 you don't have to pay for groceries, because at Food Lion, we don't lose our cool.
That's the most convoluted way of telling people to save money by going to. That's like the craziest. I don't know. Like I would just expect grocery stores to do that. I don't really need to be told all about it.
Wow, that makes me want to buy groceries a lot more because you save 900 grand.
Yeah, but you have a guy with a blowtorch that waves it around in your refrigerated area, sticks it on the food and stuff.
Well, if you have an extra 900 grand, what do you need my business for? Like, oh, you guys are good? Okay, I'll just go to a store that needs the money. Okay, thanks. Very odd advertising.
Well, they have their own channel on YouTube, and I'm seeing some info about it. They're based in Salisbury, North Carolina, since 1957.
Never heard of him.
I'm guessing that was just an Oklahoma thing with the food coloring incident, because it seems like they have locations a lot of other places.
Not that I've ever been. BB says, Kara and everyone in the chat, we're taking a Pran Funkels field trip tomorrow to see the movie The Joker.
Before Jim Carrey was the Joker, he was once bitten. Before he was Pet Detective. Before he was The Mask. He was once bitten.
He was a lot of other people, suffice to say.
And he was definitely the Joker, that's for goddamn sure.
Yeah. Nice accuracy there. Does nobody proofread your stuff?
Yeah, that's my thing. What's that? What do you call it when you can't? The thing that you're trying to find that you can't.
I can't think of it right now. I'm high.
Oh.
Are you getting drunk?
White whale?
Oh.
Maybe
something like that.
That commercial where he says before Jim Carrey was the Joker, or preferably
cold pizza for breakfast? What the fuck? Oh no, you didn't.
I would really love to hear that. Alright, let's make a Pran Funkel, damn it.
Yes.
As promised, we're going to call
Plain Morgan and Morgan. Plain Morgan and Morgan. Plain Morgan and Morgan. Plain.
Just one. Just a Morgan and Morgan.
Plain Morgan and Morgan. Plain.
I like that effect you put on his voice, where he sounds kind of squiggly. Down under.
All I really did was sped it up in a bunch of very key places, and I don't know.
Somebody was poking him in the sides.
Plain Morgan and Morgan. Plain Morgan and Morgan. Plain Morgan and Morgan. Plain Morgan and Morgan.
Okay, let's call him. Oh wait, you want me to wait to dial?
Just for a second.
Okay.
No. Well, I'm just gonna say apparently they're bankruptcy lawyers, so I'm gonna be Denise and pretend like I'm doing a bankruptcy, and then I'll play that Morgan and Morgan thing and accuse it of being their system doing it. And that's next on Pran Funkels.
Let's give him a call.
Thank you for calling Morgan & Morgan. This is John Morgan. If you're calling for a free consultation, please press 1. For anything else, please stay on the line. Thank you for calling Morgan & Morgan.
Your call may be recorded for training or quality assurance purposes.
Morgan & Morgan, Kelsey speaking.
Yes, hello. I'm interested in opening a case for a bankruptcy, please.
I'm sorry, what type of case?
Bankruptcy.
Oh, we don't handle those cases here.
Oh, what it said on the website that you did?
No, we don't file bankruptcies.
Oh, what kind did you do, ma'am?
We do several different types of cases, but we don't file bankruptcy.
Do you do personal injury?
We do.
Okay, I'm returning several calls that my client wanted me to deal with, and one of them was bankruptcy and the other was personal injury, and they recommended your company.
Okay, what type of injury case? Was it an accident or?
Honeycomb.
Sorry?
It was a honeycomb incident.
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Well, are you familiar with the cereal called Honeycomb?
I am.
My client's nephew would like to engage something with you for damages involved in honeycomb while he was eating it because it injured his throat.
Okay, and were you supposed to be speaking on his behalf, or?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Plain Morgan & Morgan. 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 Plain Morgan & Morgan.
Hello?
Hello?
I heard Morgan & Morgan. Ma'am? Hello?
She hung up.
Okay. I googled this and it said bankruptcy.
Oh, they have a itchy trigger finger with saying we don't do that. Like a lot of these places we call. Please, can we just get you off the phone?
Yeah.
Who are we calling back?
Plain Morgan & Morgan. Plain Morgan & Morgan. Plain Morgan & Morgan. Thank you for calling Morgan & Morgan. This is John Morgan. If you're calling for a free consultation, please press 1. For anything else, please stay on the line. Thank you for calling Morgan & Morgan.
Your call may be recorded for training or quality assurance purposes.
Thank you for calling. This is Shanika speaking, and how can I help you today?
Hello, I was just speaking to someone and I got disconnected.
Oh, I'm so sorry that you were disconnected. I'll be able to continue and assist. May I ask to ensure you reach the right team? What type of case are you calling about today?
Honeycomb?
I'm sorry?
The honeycomb incident?
Bear with me just a moment.
Okay.
And may I have, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get some basic contact and verification information from you. Then I can ask you some questions about the case to see if we can help with this matter. May I have the legal spelling of your first and last name, please, ma'am?
D-E-N-I.
Plain Morgan and Morgan. Plain Morgan and Morgan. Plain Morgan and Morgan. Plain Morgan and Morgan. Plain.
Hello?
Hello?
It said Morgan and Morgan?
Yeah, I heard that. That was such a kind of a weird recording. I'm sorry. I'm not sure why that came through.
That is what I heard when I dialed in, and now it's doing it here?
Yeah, I'm sorry. It might have been a technical error.
Oh.
Are you still able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Morgan and Morgan. Plain 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 Morgan and Morgan.
Ma'am, can you please
Hello,
not?
ma'am?
Yes, can you please not do that?
I didn't do anything. I think it's just a technical error. Bear with me one moment.
Okay. Ma'am, what is happening, ma'am?
I'm so sorry. Is it okay if I'm not sure if it had to do with you calling back in and so there's something with the automated message. We may be having a technical error, but if you like, I can hang up and call you right back at this number.
Okay, that would be great, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Honeycomb.
Okay.
Okay. So she's going to call back?
Yeah.
Should we answer with Morgan and Morgan?
No, I'll answer.
Okay. There you go.
Hello?
Hello, this is Shaniqua with Morgan & Morgan.
Oh, hi.
Hi, and I'm so sorry. I'm not sure what happened with the technical error, but I do apologize for that. You mentioned the honeycomb incident. Can you tell me what you're referring to?
Well, it was for, my client had a nephew who consumed some honeycomb cereal. Are you familiar with this, ma'am?
I'm not familiar with the general case, but I can still do a consultation to see if we can assist.
Well, it was Jurgle Snort versus a honeycomb.
I'm sorry?
Oh, never mind. There was somebody who ate the honeycomb cereal, and he got both food poisoning and his throat was cut by some kind of substance as he ate, and they were looking to sue for damages.
Okay, I'm so sorry that happened.
Plain Morgan and Morgan. 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 Plain Morgan.
Hello?
Yes, hello. It's saying Morgan and Morgan.
It's still doing that again. Yeah. I'm so sorry.
But why are you?
One moment.
Why are you playing this?
I'm not doing this, ma'am.
Oh.
It might be a technical error. I'm sorry.
Was I on hold?
Bear with me just a moment.
Okay.
Morgan, plain Morgan. Morgan, plain Morgan.
Bear with me just a moment.
Okay, I hope it gets fixed.
Yes, so sorry. It's very strange.
Morgan, plain Morgan. Morgan, plain Morgan.
Is it okay for me to have someone give you a call back as well to continue? I'm not sure what's happening with the line, but it does seem to be repeating itself. Is it okay for me to have someone give you a call back?
Well, I would like to talk about it now because I am not going to be available later.
Okay, no problem. Bear with me one moment. So then in that case, I do apologize if you hear that recording again, but I'd be happy to discuss it with you to see if we can help.
Okay.
And before it started, you were giving me your first and last name. May I have the legal spelling once again, please?
Yes, Genise.
Okay.
Gin. S. A. 3. N.
I'm so sorry. I'm not able to hear you.
Well,
May I place you on a brief hold for a moment, please, ma'am?
It's saying Morgan and Morgan. I'm trying to talk to you.
Yes. I'm not able to hear you because I keep hearing the recording.
Morgan.
Well, I don't know what I should do. Honeycomb.
I understand. May I place you on a brief hold for a moment, please, ma'am?
Honeycomb. Yes. I need to get my inhaler.
Morgan and Morgan. Morgan and Morgan. Morgan and Morgan and Morgan. Morgan and Morgan. Morgan.
So much for your patience, ma'am. I appreciate you holding. I'm going to go ahead and try one more time to gather the details about the case to see if we can help. I do apologize for the technical issues that we're having, but if it still continues to persist, I'm going to have someone call you back, okay?
Okay. What do we do now?
May I have the legal spelling of your last name, please, ma'am?
Yes, Gordle.
Morgan and Morgan. 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 Morgan.
Okay, just to confirm, that is G as in George. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just going to spell this back in some of the letters. I'll spell phonetically.
Okay. Honeycomb.
That's D as in Delta. I'm sorry?
Oh, nothing. I'm sorry.
Okay. That's D as in Delta, Enise. And then last name, Gordsing, G as in George, Ordesing. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And just Morgan, 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 Morgan,
feedback on the line. Do you have any other on speakerphone?
Honeycomb. Honey, ma'am, I can't listen to the sounds. Please.
Okay, I'm gonna have someone give you a call back. That's okay?
Honey, come. Honey, just a minute. I'm having a panic attack. Honey, honey, come. Honey, come. Honey, come. Please stop.
I'm so sorry for technical difficulties. I'm gonna have someone give you a call back. They'll be able to discuss it with you further to see if they can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Plain Morgan and Morgan. 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 Plain Morgan and Morgan.
Yeah, she hung up.
Oh my god.
I was laughing a lot.
That was fun.
Hey, Morgan. Hey, Morgan.
He's like being... How many times is he poked in the ribs in that whole thing? 2,500?
Probably 2,600.
Whoa. Alright, so...
It is time for a random Pran Funkels audio clip.
Next call, please.
Okay, everybody, let's play What's It? What's it? The game where you guess what the card means.
It's a wish. And a star. Star wish?
Wish star?
Wish on top of star. Wish upon a star.
Better. Much
Your sound card works perfectly. Darren you. Your sound card works perfectly. Darren you.
Ken Boyer is here. Ken Boyer is there. Ken Boyer is everywhere.
Anne Robbins is about to get a visit from an old friend.
Ken Boyer is here. Ken Boyer is there.
Ken Boyer threw up. Sorry, folks.
Ken Boyer is a voyeur.
Oh my goodness.
He's looking into jail cells.
That's one of those positions where you get hired and you abuse your power, and that's exactly what he got hired for, is to go check out all the people in jail.
Ken Boyle.
Did he ever say Ken Boyer?
If he did, that's how it would sound.
Yeah.
Ken Boyle.
Okay, you wanna...
I probably need to go.
Oh, okay. Uh-oh.
I gotta get it up rather early in the morning. I'm hearing a lot of echoes.
Oh, I don't hear anything.
That's good.
So that's gonna do it, folks.
Oh, you're not gonna keep going?
No. Already been on for a while.
Yeah. Well, we didn't have a lot of people answer, but I enjoyed moving
You
quite
sure
a
you
bit.
don't want to do one call? Because you really didn't have much.
Alright, let's try this next one real quick.
First American Home Protectors.
Thank you for calling First American Homebuyers Protection. To speak to a representative, please press 1.
Your call is being recorded for quality purposes. Thank you for choosing First American Home Warranty. You have reached the Consumer Sales Department. Your call may be monitored or recorded for quality assurance purposes.
Thank you for calling. All calls will be recorded for quality assurance purposes. A live team member will be with you momentarily.
Oh, boy.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Mama will go home already. My mama will go home already. What's all humble protection? What's all milk humble protection?
Okay. Well, didn't have time to sit there. I gotta go, folks.
Alright.
What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, did Norm MacDonald want to call his restaurant?
I gotta go.
Alright.
You lot, folks.
Well,
Wanna fancy you.
okay, we'll let Cody get the hell out of here. I guess I'll do a soundboard call because we haven't had much of that, so.
Alright. And see if you can guess what the clip after the end theme is later. I know what I'm guessing it is.
We'll see.
And I definitely like looking at Peter, what's his name in our avatar?
Little Michael.
Little Michael, I'm sorry. His weird chin while chewing a stork grease and stork chocolate chew. Alright, good night.
Good night.
And good luck.
Thank you.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
That's Germany Spike.
Oh, thank you for saying that about me. Okay, bye.
Bye. Alright. I feel that the show has been very lacking in soundboards, not that I haven't tried. This is Norm's restaurant. And then I should go soon, but... Okay... Loading the dialer. Stork reason, please. This is Lang. So much nicer being on a fast computer and fast connection and, dare I say, Windows 7. Still like XP better, but I'm used to this now, so.
North from Santa Ana, Kim speaking. How can I help you?
Hello?
Hi, North from Santa Ana, Kim speaking. How can I help you?
Drug and alcohol.
Hello?
Drug and alcohol.
Pardon?
Okay.
Hello?
I don't know what I can do about it.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm not sure what you're asking.
There's something going on. Somebody's out there playing games on the line.
Okay, well, I can hear you clearly now. How can I help you?
I'm not drunk. I don't drink.
Hi, North from Santa Ana, Kim speaking. How can I help you?
Hello?
Hi, how can I help you?
I just answered my phone.
How can I help you, sir?
What's going on with the phones?
I'm not sure, but I can hear you clearly now. How can I help you?
So I don't know if it's your phone or not.
How can we help you, sir?
Oh, man. Oh, Jesus. Oh,
Would you
who
like
am I
to place
speaking
an
to?
order? Did you have a question about the menu? My name's Kim. How can I help you?
Yes. It's been going on all day.
Okay, just realized I'm using an outdated version of this soundboard. Let's see if I can fix that. Just a minute. If you're just tuning in, it's Pran Funkels, and it's just me, Kira, because Cody had to go and nobody else could join, so having to do everything again, which is fine, it's just slower. Phone. Okay. Is that the only version? I don't know. I don't have time to hunt this stuff down. Or maybe I do, because that's what I'm doing. And I shouldn't while I'm on the air. Okay. Use a different board than that because he has a much better version. I was trying to find all this oddball lines, but they weren't there because I don't have the right one. Okay. Calling back.
I'm Santa Ana. This is Jackie speaking. How can I help you?
And what number are you calling me from?
This is Norm?
Are you sure?
Yes.
Is it a normal landline?
It's a restaurant.
Pardon?
It's a restaurant you're calling.
Okay.
How can I help you?
Well, then how come your phone? I don't understand. Then how? Do you have? Is it a normal landline or is it a cellular phone?
Thank you for calling Norm Santa Ana. This is Jackie speaking. How can I help you?
Okay, look, I'm trying to find out what number you're calling me from.
Ma'am, you're calling us.
No. And what number are you calling me from?
You're calling us, ma'am.
You called me.
No, you're calling us.
I can tell you that I haven't made a phone call. No, sir.
Okay, how can I help you, ma'am? Do you want to place an order?
I mean, I've had a phone call 3 different times from this exact phone number.
How can I help you? Do you want to place an order?
Oh, okay.
She said you want to order food. And you just hang up? Okay. Should stop bothering them. Let's go to commercial break first. Pran Funkels will be right back after this.
If you've been to Marquis Furniture in Shawnee, Enid, Stillwater, Ardmore, you know we've got the best price in Oklahoma. We cut the competition every day, and we don't mind doing it. Right now, everything in our inventory is marked down, and you can take 6 months to pay for it without any interest. Beautiful name brand quality furniture, the best price in Oklahoma, we guarantee it. Furniture in Shawnee, in Enid, in Stillwater, and in Ardmore.
I think a certain ninja got sawed in half during the making of that commercial, and they did their best to cover it up, and they did. Behind the scenes story on that, they did. However, 17 years later, the body was dug up, and the DNA was found to be none other than Mr. Ryu Hayabusa. I think that's his last name. I don't know. But yeah, and that guy went to jail, the guy with the chainsaw, and a couple of conspirators. And that poor ninja, when he got sawed in half, they don't have the video, but they kept the audio.
That's good.
Yep. True story. You want to play Ninja Gaiden? Sorry. Can't help you there. No, you want to play it on Nintendo? You want to play it on PlayStation? You want to play it in the arcade and hit somebody with a telephone? Sorry, no. Ninja Gaiden, Mr. Ninja Gaiden is dead and can no longer appear in video games. Sorry. Moving on. Let's see. I'll do one more call with the soundboard. Sorry, I wasn't ready to fill all these roles tonight. This is the bank. And let me get a new soundboard. Okay. Like I said, sorry it's slow, but when you're the only person on a 4-person show, it's tricky. Like Run DMC.
Thank you for calling SunTrust. Para Español, marque nueve. To report a lost or stolen card, press 1. If you are returning our call to verify recent card transactions or travel notifications, press 2. For delinquent accounts, press 3. Para Español, marque nueve. To report.
For quality assurance, your call will be recorded.
All of our representatives are currently assisting other clients. Please remain on the line and your call will be answered by the next available representative. Your expected wait time is less than 5 minutes. Are you confident your personal identity is secure? SunTrust is giving you ways to take control with ID Notify by Experian. This premium service provides free identity protection and credit monitoring to help you stay informed about what's happening with your personal data. Because the key to financial confidence is feeling secure about your personal data. It's your identity. Protect it with ID Notify by Experian. Enroll for free today at suntrust.com/ID Notify.
Hi, this is Jerry, SunTrust. How can I help?
Hey!
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
How can I help you this morning?
So what you doing?
I'm sorry?
What you doing? Yeah.
Can you tell me what happened?
What?
Hello?
Yeah, hi. Were you talking to my dad just now?
How can I help you today, man?
Well, my dad was trying to talk to you and he says that you're not answering and you're pressing buttons.
Can you tell me what happened so I can help you now?
Well, let me put him back on, Dad.
What you doing?
Hello? I can barely understand you, sir. Sorry.
So what you doing?
You're asking me what I'm doing right now?
What? Yeah!
How can I help you this morning, sir?
You're gonna play pole position!
I'm sorry, sir. Are you having difficulties using your card or on your account?
Yeah.
Can you tell me what is your full card number, please? You're breaking in and out. I'm so sorry.
So. Oh no, you ain't.
Hello, sir. Can you tell me your account number or card number, please?
Yeah. You. Yeah. Yeah. What?
Hello, sir.
47119.
I'm sorry, can you please...
47119.
474.
Sorry, you're giving 474. I'm asking for the full card number, please.
Hi, sir, did you help my dad? Because he said he gave you the numbers and you're not doing anything with them.
Yes, he provided the numbers, but that's not the card number. He only provided 474.
Oh, okay. I think I need to get the card from him or find out where it is. Can I place you on a brief hold?
Sure, take your time.
Thank you.
A real beauty. 1390 390 750 657 6314.
I'm sorry, you're breaking an out, sir. What was that? You said
657 750 6314. 1390 390 657.
Is it the card number?
Yeah.
Can you say it clearly, please?
657 6314. 750 390 1390.
So start with 675, right?
Yeah.
Then
657
657
750
754
1390.
1390. Is this a SunTrust card number or?
Yes.
I don't have any record to this card number.
Oh, lordy, lordy. Bullshit.
Can you provide other information?
Philly, Boston.
I'm sorry, can you tell me your social security number, please?
657 390.
657 390.
Yeah.
You only provided 7 digits. It should be 9 digits.
No, don't say that. I'm a Republican and I'm a Trump fan. Don't you? I'm going to hang up on you, Willie. I am a supporter of the president. He is not a crook.
Can you tell me the 9 digits of your social security number?
Trump 657 750 Florida. John Trump 390.
I'm so sorry because I don't have any record showing up. We recommend you to give us a call back once you have the correct information needed.
And I refuse to hear anything Democratic because I literally hate them.
Okay, so please give us a call back once you have the correct information.
Compared to what's going on today in this world and everything, we had it great back in our day.
Okay, give us, since I don't have any record showing up using the information you just provided, we recommend or advise you to give us a call back.
Oh, you wild man, you. That's our queen, our little princess. Yeah, I know it.
So is there anything else I can help you do this morning?
Yeah.
What other information you want to check on your account, or what other information that you can provide for us to pull up your account here?
Our TV's on and off. We have rain here right now.
Can barely hear you, ma'am, to be honest with you.
Well, what about kitties? Can kitties help? And how are you and your kitties? Did you hear that?
I'm sorry.
And how are you and your kitties?
Are you asking for the? Are you asking on the account information?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Since I don't have any record, we advise you to give us a call back, okay?
657-390. 750. Gracie. Craig. 657-1390. Nashville. Trump.
Give us a call back, ma'am, once you have the correct information needed so we can help with you.
Well, that's not bad.
Okay.
Well, she probably, you have her number?
I tried to pull up the number you provided, the 6573910. I don't see anything.
So who else is left? Who else is left in the family now?
I'm so sorry, ma'am. I don't have answers to that question. So for us to discuss the account, we recommend you to give us a call back and make sure to provide the correct information. Okay?
No. Well, how is she doing, though? Well, how is her lovely wife? Well, how is her lovely wife?
I'm so sorry, ma'am. I don't have access to that information as of the moment.
Oh, Lord. Bullshit. No, but when it comes to... They're just nothing but a bunch of troublemakers, and that's all I'm going to say.
Mm-hmm. So...
Are you going to...
Is there anything else I can help you?
Are you going to get the... You have the number?
I got a number, ma'am, but I don't see any record showing up.
657-1390. 390. Did you hear that?
Sorry, can you say one more time?
Are you going to get the... You have the number?
May I have it, please?
750-657-390. 1390. Did you hear that?
Mention 754-651-390.
Yes, it sure is.
1 second.
Are you going to get you have the number?
Hold on. I don't see any record for when I try to pull up the account or when I try to pull up the number 754-651-390. So don't forget to give us a call back today so we can help you further about your account, okay? So let me thank you now.
Oh boy.
Yeah, let me thank you for
oh boy. Oh my God.
He's gone. Alright, I gotta go. So, I love you a lot, and like to fancy you. This is Kira. On behalf of Cody, Patrick, and Mike. We will see you next time, folks.
We're sorry, but due to heavy Mother's Day calling, all circuits are busy now. We hope it will be convenient for you to try your call later. This is a recording.